Oh, hello everybody. We are back. That was less than a minute. Woohoo! It worked. We're back. Alright. So, at least something worked today. Nah, it's fine. It's like the real battle test for the new broadcasting setup here. So I've been working a bit of overtime over those last couple of weeks to get a hopefully better production for everyone involved. So first feedback from the commentators itself, it's kind of good. So they have their own commentator cockpit with all the needed information in it, access to the stream chat, access to the crew chat as well, where they see the stint plan, they can provide their stream links, they see the race clock, etc. And also we can do basically live updates for the top 3 on the HUD itself. So yeah. Woo! A massive drift here for Meleus into the Goodyear hairpin, but he managed to survive, getting some heat into those tires now. Nope, we don't have a Dutch commentator for a long time now. B Racing will be back for stint number 10, by the way. So for the night, you have to deal with that German voice here from me, so I'll be a busy man during the night shift. But then when we hit the daylight again, we also have B Racing with us. So yeah, big shout out for him, doing 2 stints already, and he will be doing a 3rd one. Shout out. We lost the 81 Inferno Motorsport. They had to retire the car visual. So very unlucky for them. One of their drivers is facing massive internet connection issues, and so they had to pull out of the entire event. No backups in place. They disconnected from the previous stint as well, and the risk was just too big for, I think it was Pekka was driving, and so that's why it's a shame. Really sad to see, of course, with the team putting in the work to prepare for the 24 hours and then they have to pull out. Always sad moment. Definitely. One thing I witness is that Windfire in the Audi R8 is catching Timler in the Ferrari. So we might have a battle for P2 very soon. The American driver who put that car on pole position yesterday in the Super Pole. Is catching the AMS crew constantly running in the top 3 despite all those safety cars we already had, so they're still a hot contender for the win. This one closing that gap nicely into it. A bit of a mistake over the curb. Also one of my bogey corners here at this track. I don't get that entry right. So many times I misjudged that. So a second loss, but the good news for Windfire and the 23 crew is no damage, just a little bit of momentum lost, but it's all good. Back on track and they are catching again. 2.3. You see, it's easy. Also visibility not that good anymore. No? entering the night, so I have a bit of cheated here, so I've increased the temporary exposure on the spectate mode, so we can see a little bit more than the drivers. Still, you can see it's dark at the Nordschleife, all those trees and not much light here around trackside. You have to really focus. Also with the weather settings, so we are always starting and ending in sunny conditions. This is the setup, but like the slots in between, or the arrow set to random with the game, so anything can happen. And in that second stint, oh boy, there was a heavy downpour happening. Many drivers have been caught on the left foot. They are being out on track with slick tires, and there were multiple incidents, cars crashing, losing the grip, and this resulted into the first safety car of the event. But B Racing enjoyed himself commentating on that one. There was constant action then in stint number 2. But also, we can't complain here. We follow Windfire, the former World Tour driver, Kevin Pounder. You're chasing his fellow American driver, Tim Lure, in the 56 Clockwork Motorsports Ferrari. That 56 car, by the way, was the winner of the NLS 1 qualifier race, so also a contender for the podium, definitely. And we know the Apex Motorsport guys, a bunch of quick drivers, and looks like they have found a really good setup on that Audi R8. Putting that car on pole position and competing for the fastest laps during the stints definitely shows there's a good setup in here. Could also help them that they have one of the setup gurus on their team, AMS Dude. So he's also dude responsible for creating the ERF custom BOP for the GT3 class. So the 6 brands that are represented have all a custom BOP based on max power and minimum weight, and so far it's kind of nice to see. We have a Porsche leading, then the Ferrari in P2, that Audi in P3, the AMG in 4th, and the Lexus in P5. So I think that's quite a nice setup so far. Now let's see that Audi seems to be quick down die Döttinger Höhe into Tiergartensenke, less than 3/10 behind before the break. Oh, there's an early pit stop for Maleus. What happened? Not sure. Didn't see any damage. Oh, there's rain coming! There's rain coming! No freaking way! Just spotted it on the track moisture meter, so the rain is here. Oh boy, and we see the windshield wipers are going. Oh, probably drivers all get lucky to make it safely back into pit lane. But yeah, looks like everyone is pitting, so they have access to the in-game weather radar, and there's probably some heavy rain approaching. Yeah, definitely more rain into the final chicane for Mr. T as well. It's pouring down line. The cars behind, they might struggle here. I see Cass running with some damage already. Maybe he lost that car, and we might see some bigger gaps. That's a really heavy downpour now. Let's see. It was me without damage, gets into the pit lane. And yeah, really careful driving here for the 66 BMW. It is, wow, that's not drivable with slick tires. Yeah, a good thing that Hartikainen is really going slowly here. Doesn't trust the conditions, but the rain has stopped already here. So what's the decision? Woo! No, don't spin it into pit lane. Sonic Marathon with a big slide in troubles, and I think poor spirit, like being the last driver on the track. Really be able to survive that bit. Rain, yes! A bit too late for UB Racing, but at least I see some of it. So it is still raining, and a big lift through under the Bilstein Bridge into Tiergarten Senke as well. So he's on those medium slick tires. It's still raining, and I think it's definitely intermediates now. Everyone pitted to get onto those intermediates. So the E57 Ferrari, will they make it safely back into pit lane? Oh, don't spin it! Alright, so everybody is in, and yeah, let's have a look at our leader, Maleus. So on those intermediates, still heavy rain at Flugplatz. He's 14.5 seconds, I think he gained a little bit during that pit stop. Whoa, at Arenberg, look at the rain pouring down. We're getting closer to the heavy wet conditions. Here, oh boy, it's not easy, and the green hell doesn't disappoint. Here again, once again, it's the weather chaos. Oh, and Mileus with the spin! He gets damaged. Caught it on screen. So Adenauer forced again one of the tricky sections when it's wet. And easily 7-8 seconds lost. Let's wait. Windfire from 14 down to 5 seconds. So when Mileus has some damage on the rear with that spin, yeah, that's crazy conditions in the night time as well. So probably that's not what you wish to see here at this endurance race. The worst possible combination. At least everyone is on some kind of rain tire, even though we are getting closer to the full wet conditions. Now miss, hit, miss, so very careful, but Windfire is gaining on the number 3 car. Down into Beersiphon. At 3 seconds. Maleus in the Porsche is still struggling. Probably also not like in a good mood after spinning that car, and then ooh, nearly. Then out he went, but good catch from Unfire. Also Timler in the Ferrari, just 3 seconds behind, so the top 3 separated by 3 seconds. The rain still pouring down here at Bergwerk. And yeah, Timler also gaining on the leader, less than 5. Also just spotted in P6 Mr. T with a good run so far. But past his TDR teammate Christina Calda. Bootkurve, brake, and a lift needed. Oh, yeah. And still raining, so what happened to Mullet in the Lexus? I think there was some kind of incident. Let's see if we can spot that. What happened to the Lexus driver? Yeah, I think that wasn't his fault. That looked like contact from behind. Not happy with that. Let's go back to Windfire, who caught up with Mileus under 2 seconds. Yeah, through Wipperman, and look at the rain. It's just not stopping. It just keeps pouring and pouring and pouring into Eschbach and Brünchen. Less than a second now. We will probably see the 23 getting into the lead position very soon, out of YouTube corner up towards Ice Cove, and that gap is melting. Also Timur behind, just 2 seconds. It was the decision for Maleus and the number 3 crew. I think as long as it's wet, you can probably stay out with that damage. On the other hand, with a trying track, being a bit further down, with that bit of a trying line back in Gran Turismo 7 here at the Nordschleife, you might risk it as well. Pit and basically gain the time. We'll see. Nevertheless, down the Döttinger Höhe, I don't think that damage to Porsche will stand a chance against the Audi, which was a fast car down the straight throughout this race so far. Yeah, with a good run now, using the slipstream, and goes into the lead. Leos tries to use that slipstream now, but he also needs to watch his mirrors. Here comes the 56 Ferrari. What's the decision? Pit or not to pit? Yeah, staying out. Yeah, probably also would have been my call here. So as long as you you can stay in a group, and in wet conditions, you don't lose too much time. But what a nice little battle we have now for the lead. 3 cars within a second of each other for a brief moment. At least. Windfire in the 23 leading. Meleus in the number 3. That P2, and Timur and the 56 in P3. Still raining, still very, very wet. This one, and can Windfire open a gap now through the Michael Schumacher. He gets a good run, but Meleus doesn't let him run away. But what about... Oh, again, a big slide for the number 3. But that Porsche still has some good traction here in those conditions. Staying with the Audi. And on to the Nordschleife we go, 1.3, separating the top 3 drivers. Into Hatzenbach, cannot keep up through those parts with the top 2, but maybe can gain that time. The run at Flugplatz, Schwedenkreuz and Fuchsröhre, still within striking distance, so around about a second, this is still okay. And it looks like no more rain coming from above, so let's see how quickly that track will dry. And losing a little bit of time now, interestingly. Still impressed by Maleos running with that damaged Porsche and keeping up with Windfire. And they open up a little gap to the 56 Ferrari behind Adenauer Force, where we've seen a couple of crashes throughout this race. Most recently, the Maleos. Now gaining, and with my access to the moisture meter indicator, so we are getting closer to slick tires again. If you stay on the racing line, that is still tricky, of course, the visibility, so the track edges and the curbs are very, very wet still. One little mistake and you're flying off, but we all know this track dries quickly, very quickly, so wouldn't be surprised to see the first drivers pitting at the end of this lap. See, a quick look where also pole sitter is gaining better on the leaders, 10 seconds, and Postina also running with a little bit of damage on that number 4 Porsche. Mr. T in the number 2 sister car in P6 without damage, lost that position though to his teammate. And Mattia for the DC team, the next Porsche, here in P7. P8 Lexus Mullet for the 64 Green Hell Racers with some front and suspension damage. P8, P9, P5, it wasn't me. The Nexus Racing AMG. P10 on an outlap, so already on the mediums, just spotted that. Alright, that's the bold call. Alright, so hoping to stay on the racing line and maybe gain a little bit of time in here. The 66, they're still on those intermediates in P11. Mediums also for Sonic Marathon in the second Nexus Racing AMG. And Spirit for Clockwork Motorsports also on the mediums as well. So I guess the leaders should be pitting by the end of the lap. And again, Maleos doing a really, really good job staying with Windfire in that damaged number 3 Porsche. Doesn't let him drive away, but they've opened up a gap to Timler in P3, suddenly 3 seconds. He was running close to the top 2. At Pflanzgarten, a little bit of correction needed. 7/10 is still okay, but he might be losing on the Döttinger Höhe quite a bit. But it's still okay, and I think the call was the right one to stay out with that damage. Then into Schwalbenschwanz, great entry, closing the gap out of Schwalbenschwanz, das kleine Karussell, and it's 3/10. So he's doing everything he can to keep up with the 23. Then that's the tricky part. So the exit at Galbenkopf, so there's a dry racing line of course, but if you go off that one, you will say hello to Barry and get damage or a spin or whatever, so still not easy. So they've seen it now. That's the good thing, I guess, for those two. They know the track conditions will only get better from now on. And the second now between in fire layers and into pit lane for both of the drivers. What about Tim as well, going into pit lane? I think everyone will be doing the same. Pole sitter in the AMG into pit lane. Pristina right behind Mr. T as well. Late call, but he goes in. Mattia for the DC team in P7, 11 seconds. And oh, he's staying out. He's not trusting the conditions. Interesting. That elevates him up to P4 for now. Ooh, and someone went off. I think that was Tim coming out of the pits. Ooh. What happened? Let's watch the pit exit. Just too late, cold tires. Wet track. He has the tire advantage for now. Mattia on his intermediates. Mattia can be a bit more aggressive over the curbs. I'm not sure if those intermediates will last that long, to be honest. Is looking for the wet parts, already trying to cool the tires a little bit, and that's the tricky part for Tim in the 56 per hour. So he is on the arguably faster tire compound, but he can't go off the racing line. It's still wet, so he has to be really patient. Definitely losing time through the twisty bits, so keep an eye on the Delta 2 pole sitter behind. Just 4 seconds, and now the run, so maybe a bold move at Schwedenkreuz, so Flugplatz, he should have better grip, but has to be careful. Yeah, had to lift quite a bit. and with 4/10 behind won't be close enough to send it. Also just spotted that is a lead change happening. Big, and 7 seconds for Maleos. Didn't see that. What happened? Maybe a little of an off track for Windfire. So the number 3 back into the lead. The 23 in P2. The 29 DC team Porsche in that 3rd position on those intermediate tires. The 56 Ferrari right behind on the mediums, but can't find a way past. And we'll just see the headlights from the AMG getting bigger and bigger in the distance. So pole sitter is closing that gap. There was, let's see, pole sitter, yeah, 1.6 the gap. Well, he's joining this fight for P3. Good run out of Exmühle. So will Tim and pole sitter be brave enough? Out of Bergwerk, the uphill, they should have better traction. Out of Bergwerk, can they go around the 29 car now? It's still wet. Oh, it's a risky move. Probably not. It's a narrow passage here and still wet, so you have to think about the race. It's still like 15.5 hours to go in this one, so throwing the race away now is definitely not what you want. Again, out of Mutkurve and Klostertal, big lifts needed for the German driver, but he's in that fight for P3 with Timler. Maleos in the lead. He's like the big gainer this one, so at the harsh reality at the Nordschleife. So you're on the faster tire compound, but you can't go off the line to go for some moves. We're approaching Hohe Acht now, and still difficult. And I'm looking at the Delta to Pristina behind in the number 4 TDR Porsche, also gaining on those, so they make it maybe a 4-way fight. I'm pretty sure Mattia in the 29, they will be pitting by the end of this lap. In the end, there's a little mistake. Here, Tim went on to the wet parts at the exit of Brünchen, and exactly the like such a thin line. Also, pole sitter nearly lost the car. Oh, it's definitely intense racing now, and I think we see he caught up with them, is within slipstream range through Stefan Belloves, and let's go. It might be a big slipstream train down the Dettingerhöhe, and there is the move. Inside for pole sitter, will he get past the 29? Just Tim has to be careful approaching Geigenkopf. Yeah, that looked a bit close, too close, but they managed to stay on the track, and now with the better exit, pole sitter is giving the slipstream to Mattia in the 29. What about Christina? Who's going for these big slingshot here with the run. Bill Steinbrücke, and Christina is passed as well, up to P5. Tim in 4th, pole sitter P3. But it's not over yet. Mattia into the pits, as expected, getting rid of the intermediates now. And there was a big moment. Christina with... Oof. We need to watch that. Again, I think he lost the car under braking. Got damage on the inside. Yep, under braking, a wet pit, woof, and crashes into the wall at turn 1, gets some heavy damage. Can continue though, but it's down to P5. Oof, a big one for Christina in the number 4 car. Also just witnessed a move from the 67 car. They got past the number 2 Porsche, so up to P6 for the GT Finland racers. There's also a close battle for position. P6 and P7. Looks like Mr. T is taking it easy in those conditions, not risking it. See that Cass can open up a gap. There's 7th, 10th already. But then the tricky chicane here, the middle chicane, here with still wet curbs. Both did struggle a little bit. And a big drift coming out of Sabine Schmitz for Mr. T, 9, 10th. In that gap now. Let's see the next positions. Mattia, he's on the mediums but got a 3-second penalty. Now crossing the pit exit. White lines. Yeah, that's 3 seconds for you. In P9 we have the 64 Lexus, the only remaining Lexus in this grid. In 10th position also with a 3-second penalty. It was me in the 59. Lexus Racing AMG and 15 seconds. The sister car, the 58. As well, Sonic Marathon. We're seeing purple sectors now again. Track conditions are improving. P12. We have the 66 BMW for the GT Finland racers. Also still not trusting the conditions, taking it very easy. And in P13, the Clockwork Motorsports Ferrari, the 57 car, they need to work on their comeback. 2 minutes 50 already the gap to our leaders, and 22 seconds to P12. Let's go back to our leaders where Maleus is really pushing it to open up that gap to Windfire. Nearly 14 seconds, so in those mixed conditions, I think he was brave and definitely with a good run. P2 the 23, all checking on fuel tires damage. All good, all good. No drama. On that car, 20 seconds. The next gap to Polsitter, who is under pressure. We see a Tim right behind. So the number 5 versus the number 56 fighting for that podium. Looks like that Tim has a bit more pace currently. Can he use it? We still see some spray coming up when they go over the curbs here at Boyacht. Oof. Again, that moment, so if you're on the power and catch one of those red parts, a spin is not far away. Also here, you're not using the curb yet. Still improving. As long as he stays within the 1.5 second range, he will get a little bit of help down the Döttinger Höhe. He needs a good run out of Plansgarten. Polsitter is pushing, but didn't have the best run into Stefan-Bellerfest and Schwalbenschwanz. So 2/10 lost. This is a good opportunity for the 56 to close that gap even further. Kleine Karussell. Again, Polsitter struggling with the rear. Down to a second. Now Galgenkopf, the double right-hander, important to nail that on the exit. Look decent, and Timmler should be gaining in the slipstream now, yeah. A good run. Will bring that gap down, I don't know, maybe half a second before the braking zone. Let's see. Less than 7. Six. Not quite. But in a good position now, coming out of Hohenrhein-Schikane back onto the GP track. And we have 6/10 separating Polsitter and Timmler in the battle for P3. So breaking down towards the first chicane. Oh, not sure what's the name. It is currently changing it every year. And Christina in the number 4 Porsche, they're in the pits, so they are pitting to fix that damage. This elevates Cass in the 67 up to P5. And we go back to this battle for P3, half a second. Just that gap coming down towards the Goodyear Kehre. the hairpin, the lowest point on the track. Not full confidence. But it's all good. Also here, back on the inside, also outside curve, yeah. Yeah, we're into the night time now, so the track is cooling down. Also, with the rain, maybe those mediums don't feel that good here. Still going a little bit left and right. Bear with me. So we're back. In the usual issue we are facing currently. So I have to look at the stream a bit more often to see if it's not stuttering, but we are back. No rip stream, no disco stream, no. We're still going strong here. It's all good, but I have to do like the commentary, the race stream, directing, everything. So, and yeah, sorry for not being aware. I know what to do. It's all good. I can fix it, but it's happening again, and there was a mistake. So Tim around the outside and up into P3. Let's see if we can catch that incident. A bit too deep into Bearseifen and then get onto the wet bit and around the outside for Tim. But pole sitter is still in striking distance. 9/10 the gap to the Clockwork Motorsports driver in P4 also. Something is happening between Windfire and Maleus. Oh, Maleus with massive damage. Yes, front and rear damage. Also the suspension is broken, so there was a big off. Probably for the number 3, the lead car, and he's losing time. He had a healthy 14-second gap. Now that gap has come down to 6 seconds. That's the second mistake, but this one is a bigger one. So the first time, just a little bit damage on the rear. Now it's front and rear. That is flashing red on the indicator. It stabilizes at 6 seconds currently. But down the Döttinger, I think easily 1.5 to 2 seconds, judging the damage. The good thing is, so he's within the pit stop window now. He tries everything to keep that gap somewhat. Didn't lose too much at Flansgarten, Stefan Bellerfest and Schwalbenschwanz. Now a little bit of a wiggle. Cost him a little bit, down to 5.5. But it will be the straight. It will be the straight that will cost him now very much. So on to the Döttinger, where Swindfire comes out of Geigenkopf. We have 5.3. Let's watch that gap going down. See, 4.6. That's a second already gained. And now the damaged Porsche is just losing so much time. Look at that. 2 seconds. So Meleus will be pitting. Pretty sure to fix that damage. Put on a fresh set of mediums. And we will see Windfire under 23 go back into the lead. Will Meleus keep that P2? That's the question. Could be close, could be close. So Tim is staying out. Yeah, just gets that P2. There's Meleus down to P4. So pole sitter also gaining a position. So the number 3. Now down to P4. So they're, as I said, they're inside their pit stop window, and they should get that car to the end of lap 15, where we see the next driver swap stand. So that's all good. The battle between pole sitter and Timlur, the number 5 versus the 56, is still not over. 1.5 at the moment. So the German drivers still within that striking distance through the chicane, a bit more aggressive. Yeah, 1.3 into Hatzenbach. Down to 1.2, but then a bit of a mistake. Coming on to Quiddelbacher Höhe, that exit cost him a little bit. And, still within their slipstream range into Flugplatz, the double right-hander. Yeah, he carried the speed. He's gaining again on the Ferrari, a second. It looks like also the track edges less and less red patches here, so I think you can probably attack now again. Yeah, good run for a pole sitter out of Adenauer Forst, approaching Metzgesfeld. 7/10, a good run, closing that gap. Again, let's see the entry at Metzgesfeld. Tied to the apex, no drama here. Braking into Kallenhardt, downhill right-hander, easy to understeer, not for pole sitter. Into Spiegelkurve, and then the triple right-hander, miss, hit, miss. Braking down towards Meerseife, where we saw that little mistake earlier on. This time didn't run too deep. 6/10, he's on a good lap. Exit of Exmühle, not as good. We're losing a little bit of time, but the torque in the AMG is strong. Could help him as well here out of Bergwerk. Again, a little bit sideways. Didn't cost him too much. So being that close to the car in front actually helped him. He's gaining in the slipstream, the run through the long uphill part at Kesselchen, approaching Mutkurve. How brave are the drivers. Yeah, half a second, so pole sitter is flying. We continue the steep run uphill now into the carousel. Not ideal. It cost him half a second again. Couldn't hold that tight line. Needs to have a good run here uphill towards Hoeacht. The fast and fluid section, the technical, the fun section of this track, if you get it right. It feels so rewarding again. Didn't catch the apex on the inside at Wippermann, still carrying some speed. It's good braking for Eschbach, downhill left. And downhill right into Brünchen. Interestingly, downshift to first gear. So yeah, with the custom BOP, of course, it's like full setups. You can also tune your gearbox. Maybe that's what they did, like optimizing the gears for the track, and could also mean having a longer first gear. Oh, up to 1.2 again. Yeah, that little mistake at the carousel, that cost probably the chance for a run onto the Ettimöhe again. A bit coming in too hot at Schwalbenschwanz. Another 2-3 tenths are gone, and he's outside of the slipstream range. That is good news for the 56 crew. It's Geigenkopf, a committed run and back into the slipstream range, so it's give and take. onto another. Run 1.2, not gaining that much. So yeah, but it's time. So all of those who are still watching and who are regular viewers of the 24-hour streams when I'm doing some night stints or very early morning stints, this means it's time for some Jaegeroki time. So that's one of my highlights usually. So I'm getting ready for a little bit of a sing-along, and maybe you know the tune as well. You can sing with me if you want. To lock it in, everything. And then you have been warned. So get ready, and it's a banger. Trust me on that. So it's 90s time again for all of you. The tune is from the famous Backstreet Boys. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Everybody, rock your body. Everybody, rock your body right. Backstreet's back, alright. Ba-da-da-da-da, ba-ba-da-da. Ba-ba-da-da-da-da-da, ba-da-da. Oh my god, we're back again. Brothers, sisters, everybody sing. Gonna bring the flavor, show you how. Got a question for you, better answer now. Yeah, am I original? Yeah, am I the only one? Yeah, am I sexual? Yeah, am I everything you need? You better rock your body now, everybody. Yeah, rock your body. Yeah, everybody, rock your body right. Backstreet's back, alright. Ba-da-da-da-da, ba-da-da. Alright. Da-ba-da-da. Now throw your hands up in the air. Wave around like you just don't care. And if you wanna party, let me hear you yell. Because we got it going on again. Yeah, am I original? Yeah, am I the only one? Yeah, am I sexual? Yeah, am I everything you need? You better rock your body now, everybody. Yeah, rock your body. Yeah, everybody, rock your body right. Backstreet's back, alright. Alright. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. So everybody, everywhere, don't be afraid, don't have no fear. I'm gonna tell the world, make you understand. As long as there be music, we'll be coming back again. Everybody, yeah, rock your body, yeah, everybody, rock your body right. Back streets back, everybody, yeah, rock your body, yeah, everybody, rock your body right. Back streets back, alright. Okay. That was fun. I hope at least you had some fun. This is generational. Yeah, exactly. So what a banger it is. So and we didn't miss anything on the racing action. It's still pole sitter chasing Timler for that P2, but that gap behind, oh boy, Maleus is flying. Now caught up with them again, 3.6 seconds, 3.5. And the track seems to be pretty much dry now. Yeah, still, but it's beneath the first bar on the curbs. We still see a little bit of spray though. But I think you're fine now, you can push. We see the lap times also dropping. 8:07 for Windfire in the lead, so he's holding on to that lead. Ooh, a mistake, pole sitter. There's still that tiny little off the racing line moment, and boom. But still good reaction, so he didn't spin the car. He's still within the slipstream range. Maleus 2 seconds. I guess someone will be setting a new fastest lap. Seems to be crazy how much he's gaining. Again, very wide line here at Galgenkopf. Bit of an understeer moment. And didn't get the best run, so not gaining really on Tim, but this German driver is on a mission. So Windfire in 8:05.9. And we have nearly 3 seconds purple for Maleus. Pit stop time for pole sitter, so the number 3 up into P3. And he might be gaining even more. So yeah, that 8:02.9. 2 seconds to the 56. 34 to Windfire. And if there's no more drama for the number 3 car, then they can go to the end, the stint. So he is not slowing down, he is pushing. He's closing that gap rapidly. 1.4 What a run at Michael Schumacher is. Pushing out of Warsteiner and through Hatzenbach-Bogen. It's 1.1 approaching the Ivedol chicane. Break at a 50. And look at that commitment. Now. That's a crazy lap so far. But he's probably too close now to Tim. So, not sure if it will continue with the purple sectors. Or maybe he gets the run before Flugplatz. That would be a hell of a move. It's 2/10. Yeah, he's purple still. He touches the cross slightly on the exit. Getting closer and closer. Yeah, of course I can go to Mr. T. Ooh, outside at Arberg. It's tricky. Good defense here from Tim Loh. Keeping Maleus behind, forcing him to the outside. That's, yeah, usually not gonna work. Into Fuchsröhre Kompression. Breaking for Adenauer Force. And riding the curve. Still purple, but he's not close enough, I think. For the inside here at Metzger's Windfire again to open up the gap slightly. Looking on the inside at Cullen Hart, this was just maybe too scared him into a mistake. Wasn't going to happen. Spiegelkurve. And the third mistake during that stint from Maleus. That's an up and down race, so we can have a look at Mr. T as requested. That's annoying with the stream. Shouldn't do that early. Usually we are safe for at least an hour after the reset, but that should be running again. 4 seconds, he's gaining a little bit on the 64. Let's do a rundown. And Windfire in the 23, 36 seconds. The gap, he has to pit. soonish, I think. Or is he going to survive on those mediums? So he has the fuel. Maybe he's going for a bit of a fuel and tire saving run here. It will be 4 laps when he crosses the line, so yeah, maybe he doesn't need to pit at all. Oh. In P2, and we have the 56 Clockwork Motorsports Ferrari, and in P3 that number 3 TDR Porsche Beleos with that damage again. In that 4th position we have the number 4 Porsche, Christina Calda, and the 3rd track design racing car with pole sitter on fresh mediums after the pit stop. In that P5, and in P6 we have the 67 Audi R8. Oh, and Windfire is pitting. Okay, so he probably didn't trust the tires. He has the gap, 36 seconds. Should be okay. We'll continue with the run. P7 for the DC team. The 29 Porsche. And in P8, 64 Lexus RCF for Green Hell Racers. We saw the number 2 Porsche, Mr. T, driving that car himself. In P10, Spirit for Clockwork Motorsports in the 57 Ferrari 296. And 11, Antwerp and Beleos is pitting, alright. So he doesn't want to run with the damage. So it was me and Sonic Marathon, the 59 and the 58. Means Christina and the number 4 crew get up to P3, and in P13 it's the 66 BMW 40 GT Finland Racers. I'm not sure if anyone needs to pit before the driver swap. But let's have a look at those gaps. So 14 seconds between P1 and P2. So fresh mediums. Guess playing it safe. Oh, what about the Tim in the 56? Fuel might be a bit tight. Tires, I think, can manage them till the end. Christina, a bit more fuel, also a bit better tires, so pretty sure they want to finish that stint, and he set the fastest lap of this stint with an 8:01.880. So far, a good stint. Again, Beleos, he's such a talented and quick driver, but no, probably a little bit too aggressive or taking too much risk. Here he's probably, if he nails a lap and gets into the zone, hard to beat him. But then, yeah, those tiny little mistakes and that... Those mistakes, I think 3 times where they had damage, so they were leading the stint down to P4 now. Definitely, it's... You can really see how much he's pushing, and yeah, good. What could have been? That's probably the words I was just searching. Any other close battles? Don't think so. Pole sitter in P5. So that's 3 TDR cars in P3, 4 and 5 currently. Whoop, that didn't look like the perfect entry into Versailles. I was just gonna say that also Cass in the 67 Audi for GT Finland Racers with a good stint so far, up to P6. And under 8 seconds between the DC team and the Green Hell Racers in P7 and P8 on a similar strategy, but oh, look who is all over the place here behind Mullet. That is Mr. T. And the Lexus driver is improving lap by lap. Let's have a look at Mr. T's lap times. Yeah, much quicker currently. Can he use the pace advantage? The entry wasn't good, but the exit so much better out of backward with the run. Will he go side by side? Don't spin it. Misjudged the speed difference a little bit. I don't know why the next lobby is not open yet. Not sure who should be doing that. Okay, lobby is just up now. So have a look at the announcement. We should be fine. We should be fine. We still have 3.5 laps to go in this one. And Mr. T is still chasing Mullet for that P8. Still within a second, so will he get the run down to the Tinkerway? Let's see, that second is vital. It gains a little bit on corner exit, and this should carry all the way down the straight. But it looks like that also Mollet found some pace during this lap. With, I think now you are in full attack mode again. Oh, big slide from the 64, opportunity for the number 2, and alongside, can he hold that line? Think he can, goes a little bit deep into the first chicane. That's the job done for now. So the number 2 up into P8 and the 64 down to P9. He's opening up the gap already. 1.1 seconds it is. Flying through Michael Schumacher's and saying goodbye. Let's have a quick look at Maleus. Gaining on the leader, gaining on Christina 10 seconds with 2 laps and this to go. See those gaps? Christina still one of the quickest drivers on the track right now. 10 seconds to Tim in P2, and Windfire with that pit stop has opened up the gap again. 24 seconds. I think that Tim is short shifting, yeah, quite heavily, so he has to look after the fuel. And that might be a tight one, but pitting now probably won't be an option. But yeah, very, very early upshifts. It's still going faster. But if you look at the lap times, 8:10, 8:10, 8:08, 8:07, Look at Pristina, 808, 804, 801, 802. So he's 5, 6 seconds a lap quicker currently. So massive run for the... Ooh, no! And then he makes a mistake at the carousel. I think also Maleus had a mistake. It was less than 10 seconds. 2% of both the Porsche drivers for TDR made some mistakes during the lap. Maybe some missed opportunities here again. Still improving. Not sure, maybe also the Delta might be acting up. Not the first time. It's 7 seconds to Pristina. But Pristina 11 to Tim, so it's probably not won't be enough to catch. We'll see. Pristina was still gaining on Tim, who is improving now, but not by much, so maybe 806 is possible, and I'm still looking a bit concerned at the fuel for the 56. We definitely have less, and wow, Windfire with an 758.8 that way around, so sub 8 minute. What a lap time for the 23. So the 807.3 Tim. It's 806 and 2 to go. .806 with that mistake, and Maleus with an 800.6 as well, so that's close. What about pole sitter? 803, also faster than P2 currently. Cass is on outlap, so that's interesting. Didn't change tires, maybe had to fix the damage. The gap between the 29 and the number 2, the two Porsche teams, just 3.6 now. And another 3.4 to the 64 Lexus. We'll keep an eye on those gaps. We also Mr. T underfueled, so no, that's a splash and dash needed for the number 2 car. All that effort that went into gaining those positions. Now he finds himself behind the 64 again. P9 and more than 20 seconds the gap to P8 now, so between the two. Nexus Racing drivers, so also the gap has come down. Sonic Marathon gained on his teammate. 59 still leading the 58, but for how long? That's the question. A little bit better tires here for Sonic in P12. E13, we have the 66 BMW, also improving on those lap times now. So not long before the next time swap, and yeah, someone has to tell Windfire to chill a little bit. Totally agree here on that verdict. Some soft, so yep. That's a big one. He's not slowing down. He's having fun now, as it seems. Put in the hammer down. 30 seconds, that gap to Tim. That fuel, I mean, would be a massive achievement if he can make it. Yeah, I think he's nearly there. Also, Christina a bit low on fuel maybe, so that's why Maleus is closing the gap again, and Maleus going purple as well, so the two drivers battling for a even faster lap. Will it be the Audi in the lead, or are the Porsche in P4 to get that lap? Less than 2. $1.5. No, Maleus, no, not again. You must be kidding me. That's the 4th time he makes that mistake. Oh boy. Oh boy. It's painful, but we have to look at it again. Just a bit too aggressive over the curb. Touch the grass and it's damage again. No, no, no. Oh, that is again very unlucky. So there goes that fastest lap attempt, the purple. Will we see purple for Windfire? Yes, 7/10. So he's getting closer to that 7:57 here. Closer to the track record. That was close. It's a 58.124. So, just for reference, so the official ERF N24 track race lap record, it's a 7:57.937. By the way, so that 58.1, it was close, and it's the in lap now, so you won't be improving on that one. E2, it's still the 56, and yeah, the fuel is flashing red now. But I think they might just make it. So a fuel saving masterclass from the E56, probably to keep that P2, P3. Also low on fuel now, the number 4 TDR Porsche with Christina driving Maleus in the number 3 Porsche in P4 with that damage again on the rear, but will be staying out. Of course, in P5 it's the number 5 AMG pole sitter in that Bielstein AMG run by Track Design Racing. Then we have the bigger gaps to the next drivers. Cass in the 67 in No Man's Land in P6. P7, and close to starting the final lap of this stint is Mattia for DC Team. In 8th position then we have Mullet for the Green Hell Racers in the Lexus RCF, the number 64. E9 for Mr. T in the number 2 Porsche. After the pit stop gaining again. So I had to put in some fuel, also used the opportunity to change the tires. P10 for the second Clockwork Motorsports Ferrari, also low on fuel. The E57 crew. Then the 2 Nexus Racing cars, the 59 and the 58, just separated by a second. They have, just spotted Sonic Marathon with some damage on the front end. Where's Windfire is still not slowing down, 39 seconds, so he's opening up that gap. Of course, Tim is still saving fuel, 7.6 to Christina, didn't lose too much though, so we'll stay with Windfire, and we are getting closer to the driver swap. The next stream is also ready, so it will be Keko, a new voice here for the ERF broadcast crew. When he's live, give him a warm welcome, please. As usual, it will be like a continuous stream on this channel, just without my lovely crafted driver swap sequence because of internet things, right? So yeah, we have just a hard cut into the next stream, so don't have the side-by-side window where we see both streams in parallel, but we'll figure out how to do it in the future again. It's important that we see the race continue. First in the next stint, that is the 6th stint, so we are then getting after the end of stint number 6 towards halftime of the 24-hour event. .42. Tim is saving fuel down to 5.7. Christina also not that much more fuel, to be honest. We should have a kind of close battle between P2 and P3. Five. Ay. 45, what a stint it is for Apex Motorsport, the 23 Audi and Windfire. 45 seconds. That gap. Oh, and he will be pitting this lap and handing it over to his teammate. And then we will also perform the stint swap very soon, so 46 seconds, 3.5 between the 56 and the number 4 down the Döttinger Höhe. So kudos and respect to Tim in the 56. Made that fuel last, just it was very close towards the end, but avoided that extra pit stop with 3.3 seconds. He sends the car into pit lane, Christina, and for the number 4 car as well. In P4 we have the number 3 Porsche, Meleus, into pit lane, handing it over, and pole sitter as well. So alright, so I'm gonna prepare the swap and hand it over to Keko.
You can see the Porsche of Freschicho is now going out the pits. Should be followed by Icon at the moment. Yes, it is. Okay, welcome everybody. You guys want safety car? If you get a safety car, it means nothing, or pretty much not everything is going right, so I don't think that's really a good thing if we actually do get one. Let's look at the beauty of the Porsche there. Let's see who else needs to go out. We got the other Audi, which is now leaving the pits. They put a bit more fuel than their teammates, probably different push strategies, I would say. 3 cars, or no 3 cars, actually a lot more than 3 are left. 7 cars are left to leave the pits at the moment. 1 already entered, so we got the Porsche, another Porsche. Leading is still Apex Motorsports though, so they kept their position and their 46 seconds lead after the pit stop. The Porsche is now going to the lead, car number 29. We got another Porsche, which is almost leaving. They just finished fueling. Here they go. Leaving the box now. Let's see if the gaps are still the same. Looks like it. 43.6 seconds between P1 and P2 at the moment. The Audi car number 23 leading the race with a huge gap, I would say. Then behind them we go not a Porsche but a great Ferrari, which has a 6.5 seconds advantage from a Porsche, which is the track design racing Porsche. Some breaking news from an England fan: we won 2-1. Oh, that's great news for England. I mean, I'm Italian, so I can really speak about football, you know, at the moment. But it's always great news to have great results, also because like Norway has gone a long way. We got 2 drivers left to leave the pits at the moment. By the looks of it, we still need to beat a win. Never mind. We got a car which has now gone into the pits. They don't have the livery though on. It didn't load. It did load before, now I don't know because it isn't loading. Happens. Probably just because of the box, I hope. But it loaded before, so I don't know. Just a bug. The BMW, is it? Yeah. Is now leaving the pits too. They are refueling at least. Oh, we got a mistake from the Ferrari, which gives up P2. And the gap is now huge, 52 seconds between P1 and P2, the Audi and now the Porsche. Now the Porsche will need to defend the position on the Ferrari, but by the looks of it, the Porsche looks a little bit faster now. Icon is only 4.8 seconds behind P3, so nothing is clearly said yet. We still have 14 hours to go. If we want to be precise on the dot, we got 14 hours and 3 minutes and 40 seconds. Icon is really pushing at the moment, as we can see that his gap is currently decreasing. He is seeking the gap out with the Ferrari ahead, but the Ferrari at the same time is losing on Porsche that overtook him after the mistake. Probably they were just... oh, they got damage, actually, a lot of damage. Didn't see that before. Clearly not ideal. They've got a lot of time to recover, but they still got damage. And it is a lot of damage. Because the cars are like just perfect in the night, as you guys can see. Look at how fast they're flying through there. He's now under the second with the Ferrari. Icon. He overtakes him. There is a difference in straight line speed. What an overtake. He didn't even need to outbrake him, basically. He just got him before the corner. And Icon goes up to P3, going through carousel. Nice overtake by him. This will surely help the team. The other Porsche, the one in P2, is actually, you know, going through a really good lap at the moment. They are reducing the gap to car in P1. Now it is under 50 seconds, or more or less it is 50 seconds on the dot. Let's see Icon what he does. I'm curious to see the Audi in P1 just started their first actual lap of 12, if I remember correctly. Just gonna go quickly through everybody to see if they have all put the same tires. Oh, and the Ferrari needs to go into the pits. This is shocking because they will surely lose the position. Never mind. They went into the pits, but they got no damage. Oh, they forgot to put fuel. I believe they did forgot to put fuel. So depends. They are leaving the box now, so they should be able to keep the position on the Audi in P6 at the moment. So they are going back still in P4. They probably just repair damage at this point, yeah, because there was no point in changing tires or refueling at all. Icon had a 7-second gap, more or less, to the car ahead, and is now only 4.7. As I was saying, let's see everybody. They changed tires too. The Mercedes that went into this. Everybody's on mediums. Since for this race we got ×1 fuel and tire with multiplier. So no need to worry about exceeding expectations with tire management. Why don't we have leeways? We do have leeways. From my live, I can see the clear. Let's go on board with somebody. Let's see if I can catch us up, or if we got a better fight behind that. Doesn't look like it. We got somebody into the bits. Let's see where Icon on his way to fight for P2. As we are looking at his driving right now, going through carousel, Icon is destroying slowly, but he's destroying the gap between him and P2, and he's also gaining on P1. Currently there won't be a lot of fighting, I would say, because 55 seconds are hard to recover in just one stint. You would need a lot, more or less 6, maybe 7 seconds a lap at the moment, maybe even a bit more, so it is highly improbable, unless we had an incident which happened to the Ferrari who was P2. But now we got a double podium for track design racing, while Icon is trying to catch up to his team at 3 seconds now, under 3 seconds the gap between the two of them. Icon is literally flying right now, as he is purple at the moment. Let's see if he can go under 8 minutes. It would be an impressive lap if he does it already now at this time, as we just started with the stint, so the full of fuel. And sets in 8:02.3. He can clearly see the rear view lights of his teammate in the other Porsche 992. Just 1.5 seconds is dividing to two of them. Lap times are now progressively gonna get better because you do not have a lot of tire wear since we got ×1 at the moment, but you are maybe a bit wider, but you are going to get a lot of fuel deck, which is good for lap times clearly. The mistake there for Icon cost him quite a few tenths. We got a Dynarga, which I believe is Italian, so risk there, Icon, which I believe is a Come On Naga, the cow which is currently in P8 and is also catching up to the car in front. 8 tenths dividing the two. It's gonna be interesting this one too. Icon is now at 8 tenths. He has the position in his hands now basically. He's purple again. What a beast. He is powerful again with the mistake he did, but clearly, as I said, mistakes don't really matter here. Narga is losing time to the car ahead, which lapped an 8:06.4, so I think he was overtaken last lap. Maybe he was saying, come on Naga for defense, but sadly didn't quite go his way. And now looks at the rear of P7, while Icon has now gotten into his aim, into his scope. His teammate Chicho in P2. Clearly, as they are teammates, they want to avoid and get useless penalties or crashes, so they are going to be as clean as possible with each other, I believe. Icon is now starting to lose time because he has a car ahead clearly. But he still pushes like a lion. Show shifting there. He's starting his teammate. He probably wants to wait for... Oh, he doesn't wait actually. He might have overtaken. He has the inside now. His teammate is still there. No, he's behind. What an overtake by Icon. Well, we couldn't have imagined it any different, because Icon wants to go and catch up to P1 at the moment. It seems impossible, but it isn't impossible. Last lap, P1 lost 8 tenths on him, which is nothing compared to the 54.7 gap he has. But the gap is slowly getting tighter and tighter over the laps. 2/10 in the last mini sector for Icon. I got the Track Design Racing official account, which is clearly just look at his lap times. He's got already 53 seconds. Icon is pushing like it is qualifying. He knows this track as good as his backyard, and he's purple. He's purple with all the fighting that he had. 803.7 by the leading Audi, which is improving at the moment, but still not a proper lap time. We are just waiting on Icon at the moment. He's 1/10 slower, but he has the fastest sector. So I don't know how seriously to take these 10th. We are gonna see, unless he makes a mistake, which is improbable, as I said, 4/10 faster than his previous lap time, the Icon. No mistakes here for this lap. A bit of sliding here, wow. And he's still 4/10 faster. Then he is fastest sector there, fastest time. We got an Audi, I think, was beating the car in P7. Let's see the next sector of Icon, then we're gonna switch a bit behind because we know the Icon is flying. We don't need to look at the times. But the leading Audi isn't even going that slow, so after 6/10 from Icon, wow, well up time. Let's stay a bit on Aga. Wait, I want to see. And we are back. Okay, thankfully. Sorry about that, everybody. Everything should be good. The fastest lap though right now is not of Icon, but it's a 802.5 set by the Ferrari currently in P4. Look at how good it looks with their brakes glowing red from all the work they've been put through. We didn't see maybe a mistake from Icon. No damage for him though. So not too sure what happened there because he lost some time. Gran Turismo isn't really helping us today. Everything is fine, good to know. Only problem, guys, is that clearly, as you see, top left, I don't know why, but there's a bug that they put. Wow, they put different drivers on top, and then like now, for example. Probably it's because since I rejoined, the lap count needs to be reset, so I need some time. It will be back soon, I promise. It's not something I can do, but anyway. Yeah, because we are professionals, there's a lot of planning and constant communication behind everything, so the Endurance Racing Federation team has made a really great work to bring you everyone the live stream, even in the night hours with me commentating at 2:30 in the morning after I just got back from a board day, and before the board day 4-hour stint of commentating. So clearly I'm not 100% lucid at the moment. What's keeping me up is because I'm studying in the meantime as we speak. Let's go with somebody behind. Let's give some screen time to everybody because everybody deserves screen time. Let's see who we got. We got Chicho for the other truck designer racing. Is there a close fight behind? There is a 4-second gap between P5 and P6, which could be interesting. Sliced is catching up, so we'll stick with Sliced on board. Well, if that's not a compliment, I don't know what is. To be a GT7 league. Hello Squishy from 9PP Racing, I believe, from your username. How you doing, mate? Just out of curiosity, for everybody that is currently watching the stream, which is 22 people, so wouldn't say I was going for the Nexus AMGs. I'll go check really quick, so if I can find them. The Nexus AMGs 58 and 59 are, let's see, one is in P11, I believe, that is one, and the other one is just behind them, so P11 and P12 at the moment, mate, for your Nexus teammates. While it's not clearly what you would have liked, as sim racers, we like everything that starts with 1 and stops there, so first place, but considering it's an endurance race, it's still a long way to go, so if they keep consistent, they'll go a long way, don't worry about it, mate. We got 14 hours left, so yeah, I don't think position at the moment is a big problem. Let's stay on board with Slides because he's right behind Naga's bumper, only 1.1 behind him. 8 flat 0.540 for Icon. Let's give a look at him at the moment. Yeah, okay, the laps have reset, so no worry about it for now, guys. Again, sorry about it. Let's stay with Sliced. I'm on Sophonia's car. Oh, well, you're gonna get to drive in the next stint, or because you are German, so I think it's gonna be late at night for you too. It's my same time. I mean, Nexus Racing was P12 and P13 in qualifying, and considering that it means that they gained the position each. They got GT Finland racers behind them. They gained the position on Inferno Motorsports car 81, which slightly had to retire. Meanwhile, we see that Slice completely lines Naga on the straight. Here the straight line speed is key, but it's not everything, because yes, you do have a really long straight there, but you also have a really long set of turns before that, so you know it's not everything. Let's see if there's some fighting ahead. Not really at the moment. Icon is absolutely fine through the wing, 4 times slower than his fastest lap time, which is an 8 flat point 5, so a great lap time. Since you asked for a Nexus car, let's stick with your teammates. Let's stick with your teammate, yeah. Sophonia, let's see what he can do. If you guys want any specific car you want to follow, just give me the team or the number or the drivers, whatever. Anything can still happen. Yes, everything can happen. We got 13 hours 22 minutes left to race. Let's see at the gap between Zophonias and Stone Pacer, the car ahead. Let's see if he can actually gain on him and eventually squishy. He might leave the car to you in a close position to P10 maybe. Savonia is actually gaining time, but he's not on his best lap because tires are starting to die basically. Since you guys cannot see them, just to give you some information, Savonia has the tires. I cannot say because if other teams are listening, can take that data, no responsibilities at the moment. I mean, probably they can get the info if they want in a way or another, but more or less everybody is as 1/3 of the tires gone, so I can let you imagine the .45 now the gap between Savonia and Sompesa, so clearly is getting closer. Let's see at the end of the lap what the gap will be and what's the improvement. I mean, I don't want to jinx it for Squishy, but I think that he might get the car in a really good position to attack P10 in the next stint. .45 is now the gap. The sector here is where he loses the most, probably because of grip. As we can hear, the tires, as we saw earlier from carousel exit, it's now going into the straight. Let's see the Marchi gains, and Sompesa is into the pits because of fuel. I don't think that Sophonius needs to pit. It looks like he has enough fuel for at least another lap. It's crazy how we got 22 spectators at the moment. 24, never mind. It's crazy how all these people are just looking at an onboard. The fire is actually improving the first sector. I think Storm Pesa is going to be improving and eventually gaining on here. Let's go look a bit at the front because Icon is eating the gap with the Audi number 23 801.2, just a 710 difference away. For such a long drag over more than 8 minutes goes is crazy. The consistency Icon is pulling in stint 6 of the 24 hours of Nürburgring. And I want to make sure, oh my god, it almost pulled a Verstappen here. And I want to make sure that everybody remembers that it's night time. So he's pulling such consistency and fast consistency during the night. Going through carousel, look at how fast he goes there. No, maybe it was not carousel, my bad, I don't know. Is now into straight. The Porsche has a great top speed. He needs to pit now. Let's see if he's going to change both tires and if he's going to change. No, wait. Never mind. I was gonna say change compound, but hards are basically useless. So I bet he's gonna be on medium, see if he changes. The Audi changed. Icon, I think he needs to pit this lap. He does pit this lap. 75 liters are in for the Audi. Are 75 liters enough? Not too sure about that. Not really sure. Chicho, the teammate of Icon, is in the pits. 22.3 second gap between them. The Ferrari already pitted, but needs to pit again for fuel next lap, has overtaken Icon and Chicho. Fuel and new tires for Icon 2. Chicho, he changed tires, but he got only 66 liters of fuel. The fuel rate is, I believe, 3 seconds per liter, so 66%. I don't know how many liters that is, but anyway, it did gain a lot. Probably was like 2.5, 3 laps maybe worth of fuel. It's crazy how, if we go and check Icon lap times, 8:03.785 was his in lap, into the pits, and it was 90 milliseconds faster than the Audi car 23, which is currently leading fastest lap, personal fastest lap, 8:03.875 for the Audi. Unbelievable. The pace icon is demonstrating tonight is out of the ordinary, I would say. At this point, I think Icon is able to catch up Leaf right before they even pit. No, obviously I'm kidding. I hope so, because if he catches 11 seconds, like, it's gonna be like a world record or something. So I don't think he's going through it. I see behind the graph, I mean Icon already got, what was it, like 4 seconds after the beat between him and his teammate, which is 1 minute and 20 seconds clear of Speed Hunter, which is Mercedes number 5. Then we got another Audi sliced with the Porsche number 2, and got Ferry, who is behind with, so we will keep an eye on them. We do need to love the Martini livery. It is unbelievably looking good. Guys, I believe it happened to everybody. What I'm gonna say, the thing that when you lose a pen and it magically disappears. I was studying physics right now, and I lost my pen. It fell. I'm not finding it. No clue why. So we see that Naga is actually losing time to the car ahead. So let's switch ahead. Let's have a quick look here at Icon. We can see that the car has gone down to 40 seconds, a bit more. He got 2 seconds off the Ferrari and another 2 behind. The Ferrari, which is now going into this other minute. Sorry, 2 minutes, not 1. Forgot it's the long way around. Yo guys, do you want to test something? Like, what happens if I fall asleep while doing the live stream? Not gonna lie, I'm really curious to see what happens. We got 6 laps left into stint 6. Didn't do it on purpose, sorry. Still 24 spectators, is it actually? Wow. Fantastic job by the number 25, 56, 3 and 4 crew so far. No matter what, always rise to the top of the standings. Well, they have been putting great work. They have a 1.5 minute gap to the car behind now, don't they? Into the pits now, P2. Yeah, as you can see, the gap is actually 118, not 113, but anyway. It's going to be interesting to see if the Ferrari is going to keep the position on Chicho. Yeah, no, never mind. Chicho's going to overtake them. Did they change tires too? Because it looked a quick stop, not gonna lie. Well, now they put less fuel, that is true, but they also lost a lot before by pitting earlier on, so I don't know. Icon is eating the gap at the moment. You can just look at the 38-second gap that he has put and say what a job, because it is a great job, the one he did. Car number 3. I want to say something about the number 3 car that took part on the last 24-hour race in real life, but I'm not gonna say it or else I would have been killed by Icon if anything happens, so I just keep my mouth shut. For 7 seconds, 7.6 more or less, 7, 8, it's on there. Oh, a bit fantasy. Also be in the last sector, but he's still nothing crazy. He's on the road to bring us in 8-1 low. I mean, the real fast laps are gonna get shown at the end of the stint, as you know, there's gonna be the final push. It does make sense. Let's change on board a bit. Who did we not consider at all here at the moment? Do we wanna stay with the Ferrari or do we wanna change a bit? Ooh, the Mercedes here is lapping good. They are actually eating the gap to car ahead, but not yet enough. Slice is gaining sliced on the Finnish car ahead. So let's keep it on him for a bit now and see what he can do to try and get P6 for his teammate. Sliced, who started in P6, is now trying to catch up to his P6. Makes sense. His current best is an 802.9. And his Q number 2, the Porsche, the other Porsche, has put an 803.4 in quali. Now, I don't know the splits and everything, but that's still a good time. Sliced has caught up basically. to the car ahead. Let's see if he can make the overtake. .1 seconds. The team owner is gaining strength to slice with such a difficult track. It's always good to know that your team owner is by your side at such an hour. I mean, for him, I don't know if he did that late. Should be like late evening, I think, depends by the zone. He's American, I don't know where exactly. Let's see if he goes for, ooh, he gets a big risk there. Let's see if he can close it before the third. It doesn't look like it, because he's now getting side drafted, but he now can side draft. He has no space. Great defending there by the Finnish driver. Eight or 2.7. Great lap by him. Let's see into turn one. The Finn driver keeps the inside, the outside is full sliced. Great overtake there, and he goes up to P6. He is starting position. He now needs to get 37, sorry, 0.6 seconds down on the car head, which will not be done in this stint, so he just needs to hold the position. The car head has a worse tire wear, but they got better speed, so I mean, we don't know what the actual speed of Slice looks like, because he has been fighting the last lap basically, so we don't know. 34.3 for Icon. In the meantime, 801.6 for a half time by him, gained 3 seconds on the last lap from the 23 Audi, and he is catching up. Let's go with the leader actually. Maybe not another onboard. Let's go a bit on TV cam. This should be on the road to finish the stint with this fuel. I don't know honestly, because I think they're like really on limit there. If you guys want to know a fun fact about today's race, is the, I don't know if my colleagues have said it before, because I didn't really pay a lot of attention as I was really busy before, but all manufacturers that were in pre-qualifying have made it through and are representing their car at the Nürburgring 24 hours. So we got the Audi, we got the Ferrari, the Porsche, then we got the Lexus, the BMW and the Mercedes. So all manufacturers that went into pre-qualifying have got at least one team through. The manufacturer that got the least teams through is the BMW, which got P14, so right on the spot. And then we got two for the Audis, two for the Ferraris, two Lexus. Then we got 3 Mercedes and 4 Porsches, which have qualified P2, P3 and P4, so great performance overall by them, and are now currently in P2 and P3 for sure. The DC team, I have not seen them actually for a bit, so I'm not able to tell you where they are at the moment. I'm looking at all the infos, but 83.896 by the way, for the Audi car 23, which is leading at the moment. What can we look at? Let's see if there's something interesting that I can spot. Great love. So, oh wow, on the limit there, but he's improving by 4/10, which is really good. He hopes it's enough to stop Icon, but we do not know. gap is 32 seconds between Icon and Kung Pao. Let's have a quick look at all the gaps. As you guys can see, Icon has 27 seconds behind and has the fastest lap on his last lap. If we wanna remember that, we got Chicho 9.7 behind is the Ferrari, which has got a lap time of 8:01.9, the last one. Let's go AMS. Well, by AMS, what do you mean? Because there are, I believe you mean the Apex Motorsports. Well, they are leading, so there are still 12 hours and 43 minutes to go, but they are leading. Let's see, behind the Ferrari, 1 minute and 14 behind. We got Speed Hunter. Slice is catching up to Speed Hunter, and also by a lot. Speed Hunter did a mistake, but Slice is flying. Let's stay with him. I mean, at least let's look at what he's doing. Look at this. Great lead, 8 tenths faster than his personal best. So not only Speed Hunter did a mistake, but Sliced is flying. I mean, after he got free of traffic, 802, 8.7, 9.6, and now he's improving. And not by a few milliseconds, yeah. He's improved by a whole second, basically. 173 milliseconds, so really got it. I mean, there's a reason if he go. They got P6. With P6 they should have gone into Super Pole. Yeah, because in the first 7 or 8 cars. No, the first 7. Yeah, because it's 14. So, if you guys aren't familiar with our slides, absolutely sending at the moment. Yes, he is. Let's see at his next interval. Because I really want to see now what he's doing. Absolutely flying. I mean, right now I don't think he's on track to do the fastest lap. he will need 2.2 seconds more or less to shave, so another second in the next 3 minutes. I think that's possible, considering how quick Icon was going that lap, and considering how few turns are left compared to the first 5 minutes. He's gonna get a fantastic lap if he continues like that. It did lose a bit in the last sector, but he's still a second down, so I wouldn't be surprised if he goes on for a low 801. He can do it. He just need to have a clear exit for the straight, or else that is where he will lose time in the. Let's go on board. Sending it. The problem is that if you go fast on a sector, it doesn't mean that you go fast on another sector, the next one basically, but it means that if you go slow on a sector, you will surely go slow on the next sector. Then you could think about doing something, but really I don't know. Speed Hunter is into the pits, by the way, so Sliced is going to, and he has got the position. Let's see the gap behind. Let's check behind what are the guys here doing. You gotta love the Porsche Town, mate. It's stunning. Look at that. Not a great lap time by Narga, but he got gap behind, so he's surely safe for the current stint at least. Behind him we got Storm Pisa, and actually Zofonia got overtaken by his teammate, easy. Ooh. Honestly, like, you cannot hate on such a grid, you know. Let's go back on top. Oh, oh my god, this sound is crazy. It is good enough to keep you awake during the night stints. I think that King Power did a mistake because he's losing a lot now, basically 2 seconds, at least 2 seconds. I am sleeping at the moment as well. Icon is still up in great times, by the way. I mean, you didn't need me to tell that, but still, I wanted to point that out. This is the second last lap, so we are close, finally, to this hell. 28 seconds is the gap. Let's go and give some coverage to the other drivers. Honestly, I don't even know. I've been commenting for 2 hours straight, basically. I mean, I didn't really get many long pauses. So I don't know. Ooh, we got a fight here. Let's look at that. Between the Finn driver, and we see after 12 hours we got drivers still fighting, which is unbelievable. Let's see if Weed goes for the move. He has more speed. Look at that. Oh, actually, maybe. Oh, a lot of sparks coming through, and he gets the position, but it's not yet finished. It's almost go time for me, guys, because we are basically at the end of stint 6. I only had stick 6 to comment today, so you won't be listening to my annoying voice anymore after this and the next lap. So you just need to hold for 12 minutes. 12 minutes, yeah. Great livery by the Finnish team, which honestly I don't really remember the name now. I think it was GT Finland Racers, or Finnish Racers, Finland Racers, which is in tribute the 67 car, living tribute for the Audi Quattro. Well, I do not want to jinx it for ERF Motorsports, but so far in 3 different years we got 3 different teams with 3 different manufacturers winning the 24 hours of Nürburgring. And Apex Motorsports, if they can keep their P1, will be the first team to not only win 2 of them, but also be the first back-to-back winners of the 2025 and 2026 edition. And also 3 manufacturers have won so far, and by the looks of it, because the ones that won were McLaren, Mercedes and Nissan. Now the leading car is an Audi, then we got 2 Porsches, a Ferrari, another Porsche, and then we got a Mercedes. So unless the first 5 cars all explode or I don't know anything, we are likely to go on and get a new manufacturer to win today. The last lap has already started for Kung Pao, who has a 21-second advantage on Icon, but let's go with Icon so we can also see the gap behind, which is not 21 seconds, but it is 37, so you can see the difference Icon has made when he entered the race. He was P4, gained P3, a bit, you know, with a bit of luck due to the crash that happened to the Ferrari currently P4. GT Racer 22 at the wheel. But hey, clearly it doesn't mean anything, because we have 12 hours left, which is a lot. We are not even halfway. I would have loved to take you guys through to halfway of the race, but sadly I won't be able to, because my stint will finish earlier, or maybe just on point. No, on point, no, never mind. It will finish earlier, so I won't be able to take you to the exact half, but I'll leave you near it. I've got another, what, 7, maybe 8 minutes. Probably let's look at the gap of everybody at the moment. The closest fight for now we can say is basically Sliced and the Ferrari in P4, because after we'd overtaken the Finnish driver, he started gaining lap after lap, so I don't think that's much of a battle, you know, we can't really consider it one. Probably my stint is going to end when P7 pits, maybe P8, also depends by the gap. I don't know if it's crazier that at 3:45 I'm starting while I'm commentating a race, or if it's crazy that I'm commentating a race and starting. I just need to get the right order, if I need to say starting or commentating first. It's crazy, like more than crazy, I would say stupid. Oh, actually, Speed Hunter with the Mercedes is on a great run, on the way for the mid 8 flat, I would say, if he keeps it up. I mean, as I said, everybody's pushing the last lap. We're gonna say with Icon, not because I like Icon more than the others, guys. I'm absolutely neutral about the drivers, but actually, Kung Pao made a mistake which cost him a lot, because Icon is 17 seconds behind him. I did not see that at first, not gonna lie. So it's gonna be interesting. As I said, I didn't put Icon because I like him more than the others. I'm neutral, I'm just commentating. I'm not here being a fan of anybody. I put Icon because he's in P2, so I have a clear gap between the podium. And I'm switching soon to Compile for his pit. Let's switch to Kung Pao, who is now into the pits and stops now. So his team has now started. Icon is into the pits too. With 16.5 second gap. And for Icon, stop. Now we got a big gap behind. And guys, I'm gonna leave you for Jaeger. I don't know how to pronounce his name. Jaeger, I think. Anyways, you understand who it is. The guy that commentated before me is gonna give you guys a long double stint. So you're gonna be listening to his voice for quite a bit if you're gonna keep listening and watching the live. Let's go behind where we still got a good sliced who needs to pit. This is the biggest gap here, as Fresh Chicho lost the position on GT Racer actually. Not too sure about it. It is strange though. Might have missed something. Maybe it was just because so he's in. Speed Hunter coming by, he's in. P6 and P7 are in. No, sorry, P5 and P6. P7 is almost in. Couple seconds. And they are now pitting. And here we go for P8, and that's it for me today, guys. Shag is gonna be taking up really soon, should be a couple of seconds.
Oh, welcome back to stint number 7, the graveyard shift. Could be a long one for me. I'm double stinting 7 and 8, so you have to deal with me for the next 4 hours, probably a bit more. Because we're also extending the laps a little bit, we are slightly ahead of schedule, so that's why go back to 15 racing laps for lobbies 7 and 8, and for this one also acting as race director, so I have to cycle through the grid a bit more often and see if something weird happens, and maybe I have to call a safety car at some point. Nevertheless, let's see the actual positions, and I spotted that the 56 car are up to P3. Need to update my top 3 graphics at the bottom. Going to work, yes. Alright, so we have Apex Motorsports in the lead, 16 seconds, then P2, it's the number 3 Porsche on track. P3, 56 car Ferrari 296, Clockwork Motorsports. In P4 we have the number 4 Porsche by Track Design Racing Skier mit Soße. Then in that 5th position the number 2 Porsche as well from TDR, and close behind it's the number 5 Bielstein AMG, the 4th TDR entry to this N24. And in P7 we have our mullet, that's the 64 Lexus Green Hell Racing. P8 we have the 2nd Audi on the grid, that is the 67 car Audi GT Finland Racers. P9 we see DC team, and the 29 Porsche P10 comes out of the pit lane, That is the second Clockwork Motorsport entry, the 57 Ferrari. And we are waiting for the 2 Nexus Racing AMGs. See that fuel is coming into the 59, so Giotto will be leaving the pits now, and then we have a fuel battle in the pit stop between Squishy Dealer in the 58 and Snowman in the 66. Car looks like the 66 comes out of pit lane a little bit early. Oh, that is a bit right. Yeah, we're waiting for Squishy now. Oh, the 58 is out on track as well. So all 13 remaining cars are on the track now. The difference in fuel also translates to the loss on the track, 3 liters per second, the refueling speed, and Squishy Dealer put in everything they had in their cans, while Snowman in the 66 went for a little bit less. So yeah, if you're wondering, one car is missing, the 81 Inferno Motorsport Lexus RCF. They had to retire the car earlier today. So that's why we are down to the 13 teams and drivers currently. So approaching the halfway mark for this ERF 24-hour Rennen at the Nürburgring. It's the 4th edition. So far, and we had in 2023 for the inaugural season, we had Race Asylum with the Nissan GTR taking the win in 2024. Track Design Racing, they won it in the AMG, and last year, 3rd edition, we had Apex Motorsports in the McLaren 650S. So the MS team are leading this race. We always been at the top so far throughout the race, put that car on pole position as well. 15 seconds for now. The gap was bigger when I left stint number 5. It was 45 seconds something, so in that previous stint, TDR driver in that number 3 car, I think it was Icon, he had a massive run, so down to 15 seconds. So now we have 2 eSport caliber drivers now for the teams. Distinct Q-Step or riding the curve, or the number 3 Porsche, and Andrew for AMS, one of the very, very quick Australian drivers in the game, been around for a couple of years. This could be an interesting battle for the fastest lap in that stint. So those 2 teams really pushing the limits. So in stint number 5, for example, we had Windfire with that 7:58.1, if I remember correctly, and for the Number 3 we had Malaeus, also ultra fast German driver. Malaeus with a couple of mistakes. I think he got 3 or 4 times damage throughout the stint. But that number 3 crew is still in contention for the victory. That's true. In P3 we have NLS1 winners, Clockwork Motorsports. So with their comeback in the ERF, their revamped Ferrari base in Japan, the 296 two cars made it into the 24-hour race. So yeah, we didn't run the usual pre-qualifying session, so we had 24 teams that were interested in joining the 24-hour event. With the way we have to run the races, we only have 14 spots available. We need 1 for the race director and 1 for the streamer. So yeah, from 24 down to 14 was the goal. So we set up 2 NLS qualifier races, both like 4 hours, so 2 stints, and then the top 14 teams based on overall time made the cut. So we had like equal conditions in both lobbies, so that the times were comparable. And yeah, for NLS1, in the comeback race for ERF in 2026, we saw this car with this driver as well taking victory in that one, and now running P3. Going further down the order, as I've mentioned earlier, we need to keep an eye on possible damage on those cars. The number 4 Porsche in P4. It looks like it's a battle between TDR, JD, and Mr. T, AMG versus Porsche. The number 5 versus the number 2. Mr. T be very busy over the course of this event. Race control, lobby host, driver, founder of the ERF, and also like main contact person for the team. So double, triple duties for the man, the myth, the legend, running P6 for now. This could be a battle for position as well, between the 64 and the 67 Lexus versus Audi. Looks like Cass is catching Mullet. After P9, we have a bigger gap. Someone just pitted for damage. 2 cars pitting for damage. It's the 66 and the 59. So early unscheduled pit stops for the drivers, and I need to remember to look at those drivers to see if some damage is visible. So there's a rule: engine damage on a car leads to a safety car. Also, if you have multiple cars with the damage on the same lap, then it's race directors freedom to call a safety car, and also what we've seen earlier on this race, stint 2, where suddenly all hell broke loose with rain coming down, and many drivers on slick tires were forced into spins and damage, so there was a call from race control. It's not safe conditions anymore, so... But for now it looks like no one is running with damage at the moment, and Andrew with an 8:00.7 setting the pace straight from the get-go. Improving, on track maybe to get a sub 8-minute lap time. So with that 7:58.1, we are close to the overall fastest lap record here on the Nürburgring 24-hour layout. So that's a 7:57.937. So that qualifying Super Pole lap time on Friday evening, 7:58.8, run by that very same team, the 23 car Apex Motorsports. And Andrew is flying at Flugplatz, improving his own proper lap so far, half a second up roughly, coming into Schwedenkreuz and braking for Arenberg. We continue the ride, the roller coaster downhill into Fuchsröhre we go. Approaching Kompression, we go up again and we enter Adenauer Forst, the fast entry, and you have to slow that car down into the slow left-right combination. We exit Adenauer Forst and approach Metzgesfeld on the left hand side. We see that rebel tree into the left hand, a little if needed now, brake for entry of Metzgesfeld. Smooth and steady down into Kallenhardt. So good lap so far, just need to have a look at the rest. Sorry for that, but it's the nature of this stream, so we'll be back for a stint 8 with a dedicated race director in the lobby again. Then we can have a little bit less hectic skimming through the grid stream. And yep, JD opening up the gap to Mr. T, 3 seconds at the moment. It's also a thing to note, maybe, we have usually like sunny, chilly conditions here for the start and the end of the season. Oh, and there's a big mistake for Choto. We see the blue flags now. Oh, the leader is approaching. Yeah, so, but the middle slots in the weather settings in those lobbies are set to all random, so anything can happen, and we already seen rain coming down in 2 stints for a little while, and let's see the yellow flags, and that was Joto's struggling now. Wanted to move out of the way and elected himself a bit more damage. But that's probably the... Oh no, there are blue flags! I don't want to interfere with history as leaders, so... And also see Skirmitsose running with a little bit of damage. 2 cars now. Q-Stip also pushing 1.5 seconds purple. He might go sub 8 minutes to 7:59 maybe on the cards. For the driver, or what about Andrew? Comes around the Geigenkopf. Will we see purple here as well? Question, half a second. He's on a good lap. And Q-Stip with a nice little toe. 1.4. The Porsche is flying. Joto comes into pit lane. We've seen that new fastest lap as expected, 7:59.7 from distinct Q-Stip. But also Andrew with another 8:00, so consistency here from our race leaders, still 15 seconds that gap. And Terrace, a little bit of a small damage on the front right tire, probably not too bad. He will continue, but that shouldn't cost him too much time, maybe just that little off track during that lap. Not too sure about Skill. With that damage on the rear, might be forced to pit. Nope. Staying out. Also, Cass is gaining on Mr. T. Still more than 20 seconds, but you never know. We see Dealer with some damage on his AMG. Some blue flags for the next driver, so we see some lapping of the back markers happening after 12 hours and a bit. So 2 cars not on that lead lap anymore, and also the third car with Squishy Dealer. We see that the leader is approaching. Andrew got past Squishy Dealer as well, so now down to 10 cars on the lead lap. Looks like 66 could be catching. Here with Squishy running with the damage on the front and the right suspension, so that 58 car limping a little bit, and the 66 BMW is closing that gap through Wipperman. Squishy carrying the speed. Strong sector in the AMG, keeping that gap kind of stable. I was struggling a little bit. Looked not ideal, but also Snowman up with the best run, up to 1.5 now out of Landsgarten. A good run for the Finnish driver. Closing that gap now into Stefan Belloves. So compromised run from Squishy. Under a second. Lost off the momentum. This could be an easy overtake now on the Töttinger Höhe. Slipstream and the damaged AMG in front should be an easy overtake. 7/10, 6, good exit, gaining, and even before the entry of the tourist rides, it is Snowman going fast up to P11 for the 66, and Squishy with the damage can't keep up in the slipstream range. So less than 20 seconds. Cass is still gaining on T. Shady improving. Before it's still Skirmitsu running with the damage on the rear arrow. Losing some time to the top three. Noir and Terrace is improving on his own time. See, Q-Stip going even faster, 7:59.5, so another 2/10 gained, and that is consistency, ladies and gentlemen. 3 laps in a row, 8:00 and a 0.7, 0.5, 0.3. Absolutely outstanding pace at the front for the 23 and the number 3. See, at 8:05. So yeah, that little damage on the front right tire doesn't hurt too much. And it's time to pit. Lost too much time now. The gap to the next driver is big enough, 1 minute 30. Oh, nearly went off track here at Flatsgarten, but good save. Lost time, but kept that car on the grey stuff. Still improving. Squishy with massive damage on his car on the outlap, so that's not ideal. Hit it and running with that damage again. But it goes a little bit backwards for the Nexus Racing crew, P12 and P13 currently. Also, Choto seems to be fighting with that AMG. But it's head down. It's still a long race, and also the stint just don't force it. So keep it smooth. Getting damage every lap. It's not really fast, the overall scheme, but see more blue flags now for the drivers at the back. Who is it? Probably, yeah, should be Q-Stip. We see the blue flags waved here from the marshals at trackside. Still a couple of seconds behind, so let's still see the gap between Apex Motorsport and Track Design Racing. Number 3 stays at roughly 15 seconds. P3 for CWM Clockwork Motorsports with their Ferrari. After fixing the damage, the number 4 Porsche out on track again. Followed by the other two TDR drivers, Shady in the AMG and Mr. T in the number 2 Porsche. Then Cass is charging, gaining on Mr. T lap by lap. Mullet for the 64 Green Hell Racers in the Lexus in the 8. The DC team in 9th position, keeping it steady so far. It's what you ask from your drivers, especially those graveyard stints that don't make any mistakes. Ideally, bring that car safely back into the pits for the driver swap. And also Choto running with the damage, so that's we're getting into the danger territory. 2 cars on their lap with big damage. We see purple. We'll get the first 7:59 from Andrew and Apex Motorsports. Let's see, a bit deep into Hohenrhein-Schikane. Not the best line, maybe. So a 7:59 too. Here we go. Also a quick lap time from Q-Stip, a 8:00.6. Insane the pace at the front of this grid. Squishy is in to repair that damage. Maybe his teammate Choto has to do the same. So that drops them further down the order, the 2 Lexus racing cars, P12 and P13 for now, and a minute the gap now to the next car. Of course needed and for the team. They want to gain a couple of positions here. So no close battles currently on the track. So everyone doing their own thing, mind their own business, and with the two drivers at the sharp end being still crazy fast lap times. So it's 15 racing laps in this stint, number 7. So if you go by the usual trend here, one stopper, medium, medium, then end of lap 8 or end of lap 9 would be the pit stop window for all drivers. So a little bit still to go. A deeper entry onto the Nordschleife. Was steady roughly half a second. Let's go AMS with wind. Who is wind? It's Andrew. Super S2K. Are Wind and Andrew the same person? I just don't know it. So your big gaps here for those and Choto having a hard time in this. It's a tough stint for the European drivers, not gonna lie. It's like 4:30 in the morning here for me in Germany. It's 3:30 for Choto in the UK. He's fighting that AMG. There's some damage again, so very unfortunate stint so far. More blue flags. Yes. An easy overtake, well done. So we got another 8 minute 0.6 for Houston and another 7:59 for Andrew and the 23 AMS crew. That's just out of words. This consistency and the at the same time extremely fast lap times here. Oop, a little tap, but nothing happened. There's an aggressive line through the chicane, but all good. That gap down to 13.7 seconds between Mr. T and Cass. So Cass in that 67 Audi is catching 2-3 seconds per lap currently. Snowman now with an 8:06. That's a solid lap time. Quicker than a couple of drivers in front of him. Squishy dealer with another off, but this time no damage. But yeah, it's a bit... It's sad to see the Nexus Racing drivers struggling that much. And now, but they were struggling earlier on. They found a little bit of a rhythm. But now, looks like even if we have like really good ambient conditions, there's still the fatigue and yeah, nighttime racing at the ring, not easy. So little mistakes, do they happen? But it's the same for everybody here. Those endurance races, right? It's the challenge. Round about 2-hour stints on the most challenging racetrack in the world. It's a test of mind and body, even if it's just air quotes, just sim racing, right? So if you doesn't matter if you're using a controller or a sim rig with a wheel and paddles, so it definitely goes some hard work into those 2-hour stints, and it's not just one 2-hour stint, right? So teams are running with 3 to 4 drivers for this long race, so I think you have to do at least 2 stints, probably 3 or 4, depending on your lineup as well. So this is shouldn't underestimate this challenge. Yeah, and also if it's like here big gaps now on the track, also not that easy to keep your focus, right? And so coming towards the end of racing lap number 7, so it's now a decision to make. Do one more, pit at the end of lap 9 or pit now. If I'm looking at the fuel for Andrew, for example, there's still enough left in the tank to do one more. Used it, yeah, a little bit less, but still doable. Yeah. And Terrace, on the other hand, he's very low with the fuel, so he will be hitting this lap. And we have a little bit of an out of sync strategy for Skirmit-Sose. The number 4 car, after fixing some damage, he also put in a lot of fuel again. This car, JD, also might be able to stretch it a little bit. Guess Mr. T wants to go a little bit longer, as he is really gaining on the number 2 car in front, down to 11 seconds. So yeah, a couple of drivers could be hitting this lap, but I guess the majority will go for the 8-lap run on the mediums now. So yeah, Andrew stayed out, Houston stayed out, and then let's have a look. Noir and Terrace coming out of Galgenkopf, and a bit of 2 laps where he made some mistakes, maybe a little off tracks. Lap 4 and lap 7. The other laps 805, 805, 804. Those 2 laps lost some time. Still the gap to the car behind is big enough, so he will be fitting, changing the tires, refueling the car, and should still keep that P3 overall. In he goes. JD in the number 5 AMG is running low on fuel here as well, so don't think he can do another lap, so it should be in as well. Let's see if anyone else. Good, or must pit. Looking mostly at the fuel levels here. Probably just JD. And through now nearly 18 seconds, so gaining on Q-Step and P2 since the pit stop. Roughly 2.5 seconds. And JD is in, so wish that he will gain that position as well as Cass. It looks like we are getting an very early sunrise here at 4:50 in the morning here local time. Still a bit dark when I look around me here in my house, but yeah, it's definitely the most of the night is over for the drivers. It's usually one of those milestones you want to reach, getting safely through the night. This gap is the most intriguing to watch every time. S versus Mr. T. Under 8 seconds now. And we can finally see the liveries again. Slowly but steady, getting more and more visibility. Again, it's really also a nice thing for the drivers. Oops, squishy, no! Hit the curb. Gets it all wrong, hits the barrier, damage on the front, but we continue. And the leader is in for the pit stop. So, just going to adjust my settings, so bear with me for a second. It's a bit... Oh, it used him running out of fuel just before he enters the pit lane. Just... It's a bit more realistic. Well, it was a bit too bright. To be honest, it's not... that light, to be honest, so that's more realistic. So we see a little bit of the sun and coming through slowly but steady, but the yeah, dark sky. But during the next stint, we will definitely see a bit more daylight. Yeah, see in the distance. Oh, and that's an interesting development. So after the first pit stop, I think the number 3 they put in less fuel, so they tried to make the fuel undercut. Now they're level on the gap. Now it's realistically 27 seconds. Has not pitted yet. That's Mr. T and all. He 5 to 6 at the moment. So I also think that out of fuel before cost them a couple of things at least. The number 287, they will be pitting. 64, they can if they want. Sure. Though, yes, changing now would be a smart idea. The Snowman is also low on fuel, so it will be their in lap. Squishy on an out lap with a full tank. No damage. New racing mediums. More pit stops incoming. Okay, that's the DC team. Also Spirit for CWM in the 57 are low on fuel, so they will be pitting. Oops, sorry. The 29 in for service. 64 out. 67 is out. And the number 2 as well. JD pitted earlier. Up to P5 again. The number 4 Porsche in P4. They need to pit again. No. Should keep that P4 nevertheless. 56 in P3 still. Number 3 in that P2 spot, and the 23 leading that race. That's a healthy gap now, that's roughly a pit stop. We have engine damage. Let's see what happened. I can't see it. So we need to call a safety car. That's a big development, of course, for this race. All right. So, safety car. Who would have thought? So all that effort. It's time to pit. And for the drivers, okay. So P2 comes into the pits. Fresh tires, I think, for the remainder of that stint. But now we have to wait a little bit to get the grid bunched up again. Engine damage for the squishy dealer. Yeah, on their out lap, 58 car, so they caused the engine damage. So now we have the procedure, so we need to bunch up the grid. And the lapped cars get a wave by, and then we'll restart the race. But with the bigger gaps, this might take a little while. So with less than 11 hours to go, it's a soft restart for the end 24 hours. Well, we have to slow them down a little bit so that the drivers can catch up a little bit quicker. So as soon as we get the grid bunched up and lap cars can overtake, then we have basically two possible restart zones at the track. That's the basically the finish line just before that, Let's restart zone 1 or at the 11-kilometer mark coming out of Bergwerk. Let's restart zone 2. So depending on the procedure, then we will get the race underway at one of those 2 spots on the track. For now, we just have to be patient for a little while to get that grid bunched up again. Top 3 now back together. P4 should join them soon as well. At the 58, at the 59 car, they are struggling during the stint multiple times, running with the damage. And the 58 caused the safety car, the 59, they're still running at the back of the grid. So you see 12 minutes and 50 minutes for now, so both drivers one lap down. Also the 66 is 1 lap down currently. The rest is still on that lead lap, and this is now, we have to wait for the procedure to complete. So get the cars in line. Get the wave by for the elapsed cars, and then get ready for the restart. So still a couple of laps left in stint number 7 here. I don't think so that it will go. We still have 5.5 laps to go in this stint, so we're getting that second chase group now bunched up. The better cast JD Mr. T, but still a minute 16, so they're closing the gap now to the top 4. So probably they should be catching by the end of this lap. Then we have 29 here as well, and the 57. Where is that? '66 car. A long way to go for them. So 58 is in line, so they can overtake soon. The 59 should catch. So this group is back with our lead group, so we have now 8 drivers back at the front. Our next driver will be Mattia for the DC team. Just need to keep an eye on those other drivers that are still a little bit behind. That's looking okay so far. We should have the 29 joining this group soon. It's the 57 and the 66. The other drivers, that's Spirit and Snowman here. This is Spirit. So we'll definitely have a safety car ending soon. Yeah, it won't be restart zone, it will be probably restart zone 2. No, we haven't got that compact formation, so we are going restart zones 2. So we need to wait for Spirit and Snowman. So DC team, Mattia, they caught up with it. Spirit and Snowman, they will be there soon. And we let Squishy Dealer and Choto unlap themselves. The restart zone 2 is the 11-kilometer mark. Just entering the Nordschleife, so yeah, this is the safety car procedure that's written in the rulebook. So it's a standard procedure. We have to obey to the rules. We won't be changing anything throughout an event or whatever. So I know it's for the teams that were leading and had a big gap. That's not what you want to see. But that's how we have implemented it. And there are always discussions and debates about safety car or not. We're running this since 2024, so nothing I'm gonna change about that during the event. So now The good thing is we still have 4.5 laps of racing in this stint. And the race situation, the 23 in P1 and the 3 in P2, the 56 in P3. Then we have the number 4. The number 2. Followed by the 5, 67, and it's the 64, 29, the 57, the 66, so those 11 cars are all in line with the 58 and the 59 running P12 or P13, still a lap down. Right, so we're getting closer to the restart. Oh, apparently we are green. I'm not prepared for that. Ah! Here we go. We are racing again, and Terrace, he got a better start. Caught Q-Stip napping a little bit maybe. It's side by side up towards the carousel, and Q-Stip retakes that P2. And as expected, after the safety car restart, we have a Bit of close racing again for the next couple of laps. So far, it looks like no everything went well. Don't see any damage so far on those cars. Let's follow the racing action. Andrew and Q-Stip already opening up that gap. Charis in third. Then we have the 3 TDR cars, the 4, the 2 and the 5 in the hunt for the podium. Little gap to the 67 after the restart. '64 trying to stay and with the Audi. Next little gap to the 29, the 57 and the 66. Coming out of Kleine Karussell and the Snowman with a good run. 3/10 the gap. Will he get the slipstream? The toe down towards die Döttinger Höhe. A good exit for Spirit. He gets the slipstream here as well. Let's see it as well. Side draft and JD gets passed up into P5 past Mr. T in the number 2 Porsche. And Skir Mitsose, he is out of slipstream range for now. 2 Noir and Terrace, who also lost the slip, and Q-Stip also 1.6 seconds, so a good restart for Andrew in the 23. So already broke that slipstream, struck a little bit coming out of turn number 1. 1.5, so opportunity maybe for Q-Stip in the 3 to get back into the 1.5 second range and nip a little bit of slip throughout this lap. So it's 4 to go, including this one. And 1.6. We're opening up that gap again. Mr. T could retake that P5 from JD. It's 6th again. Cass is right behind them, so back with that crew. And the next little gap, something happened side by side between Snowman and Mattia. 66 versus the 29, and the 66 goes up into P10. The 29 down to P11. This could be an interesting group. 67 chasing the 2 TDR drivers. Can Mr. T in the number 2 stay with Skier in that number 4 machine. It's 1.2 at the moment. 3.6 to Antares, who's a bit by himself already after the restart. Used it going purple, but so probably is Andrew, who has the 2-second gap now established. Let's see. Yeah, 7/10 purple. Uh, 58. Projected. For the top 2, we stay with that. Battle for P4, 5, 6, and 7. Ooh, wiggle for JT. And through goes Cass in the Audi. Up a position, back behind Mr. T again. Mullet and Spirit. Also quite close. Snowman tries to catch the back of this chase crew. Opened up a gap to Mattia. 3 seconds already, so the 29 is struggling a little bit to go the pace. Squishy Dealer running with some damage again. And also Choto on an outlap, so again a bit of a nightmare stint for Nexus Racing. And again, going wide. And that is just wild to see. Up to 3 seconds, that gap for Andrew is on a hell of a lap. Looking at that, so we might see that 7:58. Coming out of Plansgarten. Let's wait and see. 2 seconds? No way. 7:57.2.3. This would be a new race lap record if he can keep it up. That pace, it is crazy. Q-Stip had a moment, went a bit wide on the exit of Schwalbenschwanz. Oh, 4 seconds, but let's stay with Andrew. 2.3. Oh boy. Oh boy. 2.3. That is a high 7:56. Does he have the wind? That's 2.5. Oh, yeah. Those 2 laps behind safety car was like, yeah, come on. I need to go fast. Now, let me. And we will see that 56, maybe. It's a 56.5. What a lap it is from the 23. Incredible. Outstanding. 59 as well for Q-Stip and 802. So lap times are crumbling now. Looks like we have really good conditions now on those final couple of laps in stint number 7, so good visibility, still kind of cool temperatures, track is rubbered in, and oh boy, we see some fast lap times here throughout the grid, and we'll see that the 57 is making some progress here up to P7. Got past the 67 car and the 66. Now the 2 GT Finland racer cars, 67, 66, P8 and P9 for now. Mullet in the 64, Green Hell Racers. 1.3. Let's see the 2 Nexus Racing drivers. Choto running with the damage again. Squishy on an outlap after fixing the damage. And Mullet tries everything to stay with the 2 Finnish drivers, but he's out of that slipstream range now. And Cass and Snowman trying to put some pressure on Spirit in that 57 Clockwork Motorsport Ferrari 296. A bit wide, coming out of Flugplatz, but just 2 tires on the grass. Lost a little bit of time, but still within striking distance. Would be a massive send though into Arenberg, a bit deep. It's fine, 2 seconds to Mr. T in the number 2, JD in the number 5 car, 7 seconds to their teammate in P4. Another 6 to Noir in P3, and yeah, 5.6, so that Australian guy is on a mission. 5.5 seconds with another purple sector. He's not slowing down. Wow. So at the end of lap 16 is where we see the next driver swap sequence. Mr. T struggling. The guys behind are pushing. Spirit, Cass, and Snowman trying to grab that P6 at least. So yeah, after the safety car, so I knew new race with some teams and drivers got lucky. And in contention for good finishing positions. Now, especially looking at this 57 Ferrari, about basically in no man's land. Now, E7 with a chance maybe to grab that P5, but they have some serious speed now after the restart. Within a second, for a brief moment. Oh, JD, on the other hand, can open up a little gap. We see the drivers are pushing the limits now into Brünchen, using all of the curb and a little bit more. And can we catch a delta from Andrew? And 6.5, so he still flying. And we will see the next delta under the Audi gantry. It's nearly 5/10, so it will be a low 56. This is just crazy. Pretty sure Q-Step is lapping sub 8 minutes here as well, but can't keep up with that relentless pace we see from the 23. He was quick before the safety car, and oh boy, did he. Now just find another gear. It's a 56.107. 58. Oh, you step. And Terrace was looking to get a low 8. 7:59 as well, so great lap times. Skier. And a 8:04 JD with at 2.6 seconds. That is nice for the number 5. But it puts some pressure on Mr. T in the number 2. Penultimate lap of this stint. T holding on to that P6 for now. It's half a second. And we have 3 cars behind. Spirit, Cass, and Snowman. Some dust through Michael Schumacher's. struggles a little bit coming out of Warsteiner, and this could be the run for Spirit. 2/10 with the run up towards the chicane. He is driving in the middle of the road. And whoa! Jumping over the chicane, a massive airtime moment. And through goes Cass. Oh, let's see that during the replay. What happened? Let's watch that from. Woo! Oh, I think everyone got lucky. Yeah, no damage. The car the inside was open, and a little laugh tap for Mr. T. All good. That it's close racing here in the mid pack. Mullet with that 3-second gap. Can't bring that gap down. But here, 10 seconds now is struggling to go at that pace. And the two next drivers back on the lead lap, but still big gaps for the two AMG drivers. So, did we miss anything? This battle looks like a little gap between Cass and Spirit. Cass trying to get that P6. All this fighting definitely helped JD in the number 5 car with nearly 5 seconds now. That gap. Skirmitsose in P4 in that number 4 car, all by himself, the same as Antares in the P3 and also Q-Stip in P2. With Andrew flying around the track. Will we see another purple? Let's wait and see. Comes out of Bergwerk. We get the next delta. Oh, half a second. That's bit of a disappointment. Just kidding, of course. Mr. T is still holding on to that P6. Spirit, who had some good pace after restart, now is struggling a little bit to keep up with Cass and Mr. T. Also coming out of Bergwerk, and this could be the run for Cass in the 67. Tries to get that move done using the grass. Where are we? Got the better run, and it's 2 wheels on the grass. Muscles his way past Mr. T, who backs out just before Mutkurve, and maybe hoping to get a run into the braking zone. No, half a second the gap now. Needs to watch his mirrors maybe from behind. Yeah, the 57 and the 66 still pushing. Not much happening. 11, P12 and P13. The gap between Andrew and Q-Stip. 8.5 now. Stabilizes a little bit, yeah, 1.3. Down on the personal best. I think Q-Stip might have a good lap here, just half a second down. So a similar lap time now, I reckon. JD, 5 seconds for now, Cass after the overtake opens up that gap to Mr. T 1.8, so Mr. T did in fact slow the other cars up a little bit to help his teammate. Ooh, and then Snowman into the barrier, collects some damage. That's unlucky for the 66. So what happened? That's the run towards Schwab, Stefan Bellerfest, and then the rear just went. Weird, I think there was a little bit of contact with the other drivers, and Mullet now in a position suddenly to get that P9, that BMW, yeah, that the damage, losing down the long straight, the damage, so the heavy impact on the top speed, but it is now the final lap of the stint. Don't think hitting is the best option. Yep, staying out. So the leader is on the final lap. Stint at 57.7. Used to be the 59.6, 9.6 seconds. That gap 8:02 for Noir and Terrace. 8:02. Skill Mitsubishi JD with an 8:05. Has 8:06. 8:10 for Mr. T, and he has to defend against Spirit and the 57. We saw that overtake. 64 Street Hell Racing Lexus got past the 66. GT Finland Racers BMW with that little moment for Snowman into Schwanz, so that damage. When he drives off the track here as well, that probably the car not in a good shape anymore, didn't want to turn at all. We'll be losing some time. Is this an opportunity for a DC team, well, to gain another position? Maybe. So, just a little bit of a disclaimer. I'm also doing the next stint, so I need to leave this lobby and join the next lobby, so there will be a short intermission, so I can leave the lobby, clear my network, cache data, temporary data stuff, and then enter lobby, so probably a minute or so, but we'll be back, of course, with that stint number 8, with still 10 hours of racing. This is still far from over. Spirit with a good exit out of Arenberg, down into Fuchsröhre. But it's a single line. Here braking for Arno first, aggressive line for Mr. T, using the curbs, but doesn't open up the inside, defending the apex. And stays in that P7 for now. The Snowman with that damage and the off track all by himself. 6.5 seconds, the gap to Mattia behind, so this would come down even more. And then let's go to our leaders. Standing on the lead, 11.4, only another 11 seconds to P3, so gaps going up between the drivers, another 10 seconds to JD in P5, 5 seconds to Cass after getting past the number 2 Porsche on the hunt for the number 5 AMG. And this fight for P7, Mr. T defending the racing line out of Mutkurve. Spirit couldn't find a way past. Also, Mallet unable to go the same pace as the 2 drivers in front, so he won't be able to attack if those 2 keep fighting like that. Roughly 1:30 to go before the handover. An impressive stint from Andrew in that 23 machine. See some blue flags for Jojo in the 59 AMG. Can he stay at the lead lap? Getting a little bit of airtime, and he might just go that lap down. Ooh, that looked like a risky maneuver. Andrew around the outside at Geikenkopf, but makes it work and heads down the Döttinger Höhe for the final time in this stint. Lost a little bit. That's still roughly 11 seconds. And that lead. Well done, Apex Motorsports and Andrew, a fantastic stint. Also, great stint for the number 3, Q-Stip and TDR Racing. The 57 on the podium after 10 hours of racing. After 14 hours of racing, 10 hours to go. That way around, right? So 10 hours to go. The number 4 is in as well. Next up will be the 5, the Bilstein AMG, run by Track Design Racing. Has the Spirit got that move done on Mr. T on the dodging away. Looks, Cass is in, Spirit is in, T is in. It's Mullet in the 64 Lexus. Snowman, yeah, with that damage. Unlucky P10 for now for 66, and then it is the 29. So alright, so I'm Alright, so we're back. Sorry for the delay. But yeah, we wait for the deltas to settle down, because I had to join the lobby a little bit late, and I'll also have to do a little bit of a toilet break, so we'll stay on board with Windfire. Okay, I'm back. Let's see the gaps between the drivers. Windfire in the 23, 16 seconds the gap to Shadow Chef in the number 3 Porsche. Styx TC driving for Clockwork Motorsports. Before we have Christina Calda in the number 4 Porsche for TDR. In that P5 we have the number 5 car running. The Speed Hunter in that AMG. And the 67 Audi E6 and sliced right behind and the number 2 Porsche. So the battle continues. Also the 57 in P8 with Anchetta in that fight for position, and then Sliced is applying some severe pressure now after the pit stops. Nice little three-way battle for that P6. We continue with the rundown Hide in the 64 machine. P9 max out for GT fitted racers. The 66 in P10. And we have a Ferry Naga for DC team in P11. Awesome Gumbo. And in the 58, Nexus Racing AMG, and a State 509 in that second AMG, and the 59 car in P13. So we hopefully should get an updated standing tower in a second once they cross the line. So bear with us. Bear with me. Why is the gap just 4 seconds between Shadow Chef and Styx? That's because Styx put in less fuel into that 57 Ferrari, so he's going for a little bit of an undercut approach for the first part of this stint. Number 8. But here's where the action happens between Shadow and Sliced. That battle for P6. And Shadow lost a little bit of contact, 2.4 seconds, so let's stay with the number 2. Bit of Tross or Shadow. Dirty tires maybe into Schwalbenschwanz. No, it is all good. It is all good. Kept that car on track with just 3/10 and a poor run out of mini carousel. Ooh, and then sliced. Had to take the long way. Touched the grass a little bit. Didn't get the best exit. This is good news for Anchetta and a 57. Getting back into the slipstream, the 3 cars running down Döttinger and Shadow with an Audi, some decent top end. No. Sliced didn't gain too much in that slipstream, maybe 2/10 since the start of the straight. Is it a good position now? Too far behind for turn 1 and 2. Maybe a better exit. The car fishtailing coming out of turn number 2. 4/10 for now. It stays close, and also Ferrari with a good first sector on the GP track. The second, so it's hard to tell. I guess that Slice looks to be the fastest driver for now, but we've seen it in the previous stint, so it's not that easy to go for a move. If you as a defender position your car, so it's very hard for the driver behind to go for a clean move. That's why patience is needed. So Windfire with an 8:00.4 fast lap time early on, roughly 4 seconds quicker than Shadow. Sticks TCE gaining slightly on the American driver. Less than 4 seconds with that fuel undercut. A lighter car as well could help him getting closer to the number 3. Gaps between Pristina, Speed Hunter. Of course, we missed that overtake. Pretty sure. I tried to get to the replay. No, I can't do the replay because I joined too late that lobby, so we can't have the instant replay, unfortunately. But we see it on the screen. Sliced got past the Shadow. Now, can he open up that gap? Audi now in P7 and that Ferrari lurking in P8, trying to surprise the Finnish driver maybe. Those early morning hours, lovely conditions here at the track. Someone would argue textbook conditions now. After I don't think it was that long that night, to be honest. I think 3 stints in darkness with that previous stint where we saw some night into sunset and then early morning hours transition. Now we are back in full daylight, and it will continue all the way till the checkered flag, but that's still a distance to go. You see that with the timer on the bottom right, 9 hours 40 minutes still to go. So that's racing stint 8 out of 12, and Jetta touched the grass. Can he get that car stopped? Runs a little bit deep and doesn't get the power down, losing some tenth up towards Caracciola Carousel. And again, struggling to keep up with Shadow and Sliced. Looks like the car is understeering a little bit too much, but also Shadow didn't get and then a good save for Ancheta. That looked like that Rio wanted to step out and was coasting, minimizing the weight transfer, and got that car back under control. Still improving though on his personal best over the crest of Ice Kurve into Pflanzgarten. Still within of a second, so would be crucial to stay within that range. No, but it looks like that Sliced is running away from those two drivers. You did a brave line out of Kleine Carousel, but then I had to lift entry of Galgenkopf. A decent exit, stays within the 1 second range, is gaining a little bit on the Shadow, who is out of the slipstream range, 2.5 seconds now, so Sliced in the number 2 Porsche, trying to chase the number 5 Bilstein AMG now, and coming towards the end of the straight. It's 7/10, so yeah, we've seen it a couple of times. The Audi 67. Good on top end with that setup. Windfire improved the fast lap of the stint to a 7:59.3. Still a bit off that 56.1 from Andrew in that previous stint. Still like mind blowing. 56, a low 56. As well. So definitely smashed that lap record during the race. And Shadow Chef with some decent pace here as well. 8:02 now. Sticks TC with his leg. Good old Australian connection. An 8031. E3 for now. It's probably a good thing that he's not that close to other drivers. Might be a little hard to judge where that car actually is positioned on the track. Before Pistina 801, also very quick lap time from the Italian driver in the number 4. Speed Hunter after an 8:00.8, an 809, and he's running with some damage on the rear. Think this might result in an early pit stop for the number 5. And Sliced picking up the pace as well. You, of course. I did my usual Jägeroki. So, stint number 5. Yes, roughly 1 hour in. And comments in chat were like, it was a generational. Which song? It was an absolute banger. It was the Backstreet Boys with Backstreet's Back. So absolutely was in the flow. Gave everything I had and really had a good time. So usually 80s and 90s don't disappoint with all those banger songs. So the gap between Lanchetta and Shadow goes up a little bit, roughly 2 seconds. Hide might be able to close that gap, 5 seconds. So he can keep that steady pace on the 64 machine. Who knows? Improving. Autobot max out in the 66 BMW. 804 is also a bit quicker. And the driver's in front, but it might be a little bit of a stretch. It needs those 7 seconds. To Hide and another 6 to Lanchetta. So let's see the DC team with Ferry and at a P11, 27 seconds. For Nexus Racing, awesome gumball with also some decent pace. So after a rough night for the team, it looks like they're getting up to pace again in the early morning hours. So we have 12 cars still on that lead lap, just the 59 car a lap down at the moment. The number 2 car is currently in P6 chasing the number 5. The number 5, they have damage on the rear, and Slice definitely, I think, one of the top 3 quickest drivers on the track at the moment. So 6 seconds. And looks like Speed Hunter is losing ground. And my feeling is that a pit stop is needed for the number 5. It's too early, probably, to go to the end of that Traverse in number 8. So maybe in pit now you would lose that position to Slice, Shadow, and then Shadow, and this is also bunching up again between the 67 and the 57. 7/10 that gap. A good run out of Geigenkopf, and you never know what can happen down the long straight. It's 7/10. I will stay with a Speed Hunter, so 5 seconds the gap, 2 Slice behind, and nearly 20 to Christina in front. So will the number 5 hit and fix that damage? You see the potential, like 8-minute flat. And it's 8:07, so that's losing them some time, of course. But depends on them to go first tire stint. And here, maybe it's just like flipping a coin, not much between pitting and staying out. It's definitely good news for Sliced, and this is also very interesting. Audi versus Ferrari. Can't really break away from the 57, who gets a really good run. Comes a little bit hot, in my opinion. Probably can and will get the better run out of Warsteiner and the Hudson-Bachbogen. Now into Vedol chicane. Can stay close. 3/10 before we go on to the Nordschleife again, and 6/10 and some blue flags. Oh, still can't find the way past the Audi. But they're getting closer to the Nexus Racing AMG in front. Will this have an impact on this fight for P7? Hopefully not. Blue flag signals and also the marshals with their flags being waved indicate to the 59 car, watch out. It's fairly even between those two drivers. Shadow can keep that half a second gap and might get a little bit of a slipstream uphill now. Coming out of Bergberg, not the best exit for the Audi driver. And Shatter in the Ferrari closing that gap once again. 3/10 uphill through Kesselchen. We go, don't think Shadow will benefit that much from that slipstream in front. Before Moodkurve, it's a 10th, but wasn't close enough for now. On a good lap so far. Oof. Wide. Oh, and then what just happened to State? He drove himself into the wall, wanted to get out of the way, and received a little bit of front aero damage. The car is a bit of an unstable situation now. Only dirty tires and the front aero not working as intended. So take it easy. Again, yeah, he's actively braking. He doesn't want to get involved. Takes the blue flags very seriously. Quick run up the order now from P13 onwards. Those gaps. Not much between max out and Hide, P10 and P9. This is still fascinating. Battle for P7 between GT Finland Racers in that P7 and Clockwork Motorsports in P8. Sliced is pushing, and yeah, he caught up with the number 5 now. Will probably get the run down Döttinger. Let's see, good exit, gaining already 1.1. Let's watch that gap coming down. Six, 5. It's like a countdown. 4, crazy. A damaged car and a car with a slipstream, and through goes Sliced into P5. Maybe this could help the Speed Hunter in the number 5 if he has a car to follow, at least for a little bit, helping him. See the lap times, 8:06 high, so yeah, compared to those 8:01s, Sliced is cooking at the moment. Probably the second quickest driver on track. Let's see, Pastita with 8:02s, yeah, not too far behind. Sticks at 8:02, 8:04. A bit slower. Shadow Chef as well, 8:03s currently. Oh, we have Windfire who did the third lap in a row, sub 8 minute. That's the consistency. Oh, Mustafa, yeah, something like that. So we have for the 24 hours, we have 12 stints, roughly 2 hours in length, but we need to run it with a fixed lap count. So on that penultimate lap of the stints, the driver will drive into the pit lane, and we have the next lobby up, and the drivers in there on their first lap. When they start the race, they will drive straight into the pit lane, and then there's team communication between the two drivers. So once the driver in the current lobby heads into pit lane and their car comes to a standstill, then they give the go signal, and then the driver in the next lobby continues the race. So we continue the live gaps over the entire race. Basically, no like doing math calculations per stint or whatever, so it's a continuous race, yeah. That's currently the only way on GT7 to do endurance races with driver swaps and keep your race positions. Yeah, thanks. So it's, I mean, we didn't invent that. We also got some inspiration from other series, but we're around here since 2023, so definitely for quite some time, and the system works definitely. So we had some epic endurance races here already over the last couple of years, and so it's, yes, of course, with the limitations from the game, so maximum 16 drivers in the lobby. We have like maximum of 14 because we need someone like me sitting in a lobby to do a commentary, and we have a dedicated race director as well who oversees the racing action. And also, if you rewind the stream a little bit, we also have a safety car procedure in place, so this all needs some coordination in the stream and stuff like that. So that's on a long track like the Nordschleife here. So just having 14 cars, that is, of course, compared to other PC simulations, yeah, not that impressive. Still, like you get some really good endurance racing here still with the game, and also some really talented drivers in here. And one thing you can't take away is that the game just looks stunning here. What Qualify Digital and Gran Turismo did, especially with the level of detail, tracks, cars, weather, you name it. So it's definitely has quite an immersive feeling to it. Like we had also that full day night circle, so we came out of the night 1.5 hours ago, and yeah, that's a good thing, I guess. And hopefully with the next iteration of the game we get some bigger online player lobbies, so we can get more cars on the track, hopefully. some point, because that track deserves more cars. No doubt about that. Exactly, yeah, that is the goal. And I can say that there goes quite some effort into organizing those events, and yeah, also like behind the scenes. And if you look at the tons of graphics overlays, we're trying to really have a good looking broadcast here as well. That stuff, so this all adds to like the entire event, like, so some, yeah, goes also from deliveries, so they have to comply to not many, but a couple of rules, of course, with the number boards and some mandatory sponsor stickers and stuff like that. But yeah, that also adds to the immersion, like, of endurance racing. And as always, the teams, they deliver with their liveries all the time. Nice to see such nice designs, some unique ones, some inspired by real life liveries, some replicas. That's all that really makes for a great event. And yeah, in the end, surviving a 24-hour race, it's an achievement in itself, right? So don't forget that. So you don't always have to come first to call it a success for you. Also heard from a couple of drivers here, it's their first big event, like driving for the team, being involved in such events. And yeah, for example, for this one, it's a maximum of 4 drivers for the team, and that are allowed to run the 24-hour race. So it's not just like you can do 1 2-hour stint and help your team. No, you have to at least 2, probably 3 if you're 4 drivers, to get a fair split for everybody. And doing 6 or 8 hours of driving in your rig or in your chair or whatever, you feel it, and the fatigue that also kicks in at some point. And it's, yeah, but yeah, good to see that we have the dedication from the teams, the drivers, the organizers. So it wouldn't work without them. It's why we're here. And also, of course, we love to spread the word, and yeah, if you can attract a couple more viewers, those events would also help us massively. So now comes the shameless plug, but if you haven't already, leave a like, subscribe if you haven't already, share it with your friends, with your teammates, in your Discord servers, on your socials, whatever. So we are thankful and grateful for every little bit of support. Yeah, of course. The link to our Discord should be in the stream description. So we are we're not running another 24-hour event this year, but we have. Well, I can bring that up maybe here. Well, our season schedule. So a bit of the comeback season for ERF. So we had to take a break last year because of a bit of like everyone's a bit exhausted. So for this year we had like the opener, 2 NLS qualifier races for this one, NLS 1 and NLS 2. Oh, we see some rate drops. Now we couldn't get the Legends of the Nürburgring, unfortunately. So, but that's something we want to do. Also, historic racing as well is something we enjoy very much here at the ERF. So we're currently at the 24-hour race here this weekend, and we also have a special with hypercars in October in Suzuka, and also a support race on the classic late 90s, early 2000s GTC cars. So that's the schedule for 2026, and we are trying to do more in 2027 again. Yeah, the rain is back. Yeah, exactly. So and it's picking up already. So we are above the first bar on that wetness indicator. So not gonna lie, that the drama is for real. So yeah, that's unpredictable weather here in the German Eifel region at the ring. It delivers the N24, never disappoints, and it makes it again. The green hell, it's not as bad as it was during the night, where we had like night conditions and heavy rain suddenly, but everyone is on those slick tires now with a very, very wet track now, so difficult conditions for the drivers. We see damage on Shadow Chef's car. Sticks close that gap 2 seconds. Christina is struggling, fishtailing on the medium, so we are deep into intermediate territory. And there's a yellow flag. Who with the spawn sticks? You see, oh no, that's the second car with heavy damage. I feel like we might be seeing a safety car. We have a couple of drivers with damage now. Let's see, some are on to intermediates now, so was it a good call for them? Gumball is on the mediums. There is damage here as well, so we might have another safety car. It's heavy wet conditions now on slick tires. I don't think this is staying green now. It's too tricky. Sticks with so much damage. Christina with damage. Oh, and oh, that speed title spinning. I think that should be the call from race control now. Race director, maybe we see the safety car. It's not safe to drive anymore, in my opinion. For those drivers again, those drivers who went on the intermediates might get screwed over a little bit, but I think now we've seen so many drivers, and here we go. Safety car will be out in 15 seconds. So yeah, again, this heavy downpour is just not controllable if you're on slick tires. So here we go. It's safety car now again for the ERF Nürburgring 24 hours. So that big gap for the 23 day, it's like a cat and mouse game for them. They always build a lead, a gap, and then something happens. We see the safety car, but yeah, looking at the difficulties the drivers have to keep their cars on the track. It's the call. I think it's the right call to make now in those conditions. So this is written in our rulebook in such conditions where we have like on a long track like the Nordschleife and sudden downpour, where it's basically undrivable. So again, we have a couple of drivers on intermediates max out the shadow and intermediates. Here they is on soft with heavy damage here as well. The ferry went onto the inters. We see Gumball who goes back onto Ruby, so it won't be lasting for long, but nevertheless, race control made the decision. We have a safety car now, so the grid will bunch up again, and hopefully they can make it safely back into the pits now. But yeah, got time to breathe. Drink. That's also a good idea, I reckon. That was the call. It's the end of lap 8, so end of lap 16. So it's within the pit stop window, and with the safety car still out. And I saw some drivers after the pit stop using the slicks again, so maybe it is worth the risk going out on slick tires again. So, but everybody is pitting, using the opportunity. Someone stayed out. I can't imagine. Many cars have damage and are low on fuel. Well, let's see the situation. Will it be the intermediates, or it's intermediates for Windfire? Okay, so not trusting the conditions at the moment. You see more intermediate tires coming on. Also still a couple of slick tires. So what's the call? So interesting. Shadow Chef on mediums, Christina on mediums, the two TDR drivers in their Porsches, number 3 and the number 4. Also medium tires for 6TC. Max is on the mediums and Cheta is on the medium. Oh, everyone else, the top group, mediums. Then it's Speed Hunter on intermediates again. Intermediates for Ferry. It's still like no one is really sure what to do. We see a split here with the strategy. Windfire, the leaders, they switched over to the intermediates. Then the next cars all on the mediums, and we have two drivers, Speed Hunter and Ferry, on intermediates again. Oh, the 64 fixing some of the damage, and I think they're staying on the mediums. Mediums for Gumball. Mediums for State. Alright, alright, alright. What happened on the outlap? Pastina got past Shadow, so need to swap those positions as well. So pretty sure that Shadow came out in front of Festina. But maybe an off track with the medium tires, and if you go off track under safety car, you lose that position. Ooh, and again, Shadow having a hard time going at slow speeds on the mediums. Will we see the restart this lap? Most likely. Let's see, but there's a big gap to Hide is fine, he should be able to catch up, but those drivers are already a lap down, so what's that decision now from race control? Will we wait and bunch up the grid again? Let's see, the track conditions still very much intermediates here at Schwedenkreuz, so if it was like green flag racing, it would be definitely the intermediates, but going slow now under a safety car procedure, the drivers on the mediums could be in a really good position now. There's no damage on Shadow Chef's car, no, he avoided that. The situation is Windfires on the intermediates, then Pestina Calda on mediums, Shadow Chef on mediums, Styx TC on the mediums, Max Out on mediums, and Cheta on the mediums. The Shadow on the mediums, sliced as well. Medium tires. Then we have Speed Hunter on intermediates, and he's running with damage on the rear end, under safety car. Nah. That's avoidable, in my opinion. We also have damage for Ferry on the front. Oh, I smell something. Rear damage for Speed Hunter, front damage for Ferry. Maybe the 29 and the number 5 had contact. Now I'd say this part of the track, there is a racing line and it's doable on the mediums, but so tricky. Of course, now if you go off the racing line, then you will get even more damage, and spin is very likely. Let's see if we get the call from race control. Go to the restart at zone 2. It has to come now. Restart zone is just around the corner. Don't think so. And this is bad news for Windfire in the 23 car on those intermediates, so the track is drying quickly, so we are below that first bar now. Yeah, we stay under safety car procedure for the remainder of this lap, and then we are past restart zone. We just missed it. Not sure, we don't have the signal, so we just went past the 11 km mark, which is restart zone 2, so I guess it will be the finish line restart, then the race start zone for this restart. And yeah, looking at that track, the sun is out again. That's yeah, bad news for the 23 now. There is sitting dark on those intermediates. Pretty sure they have to pit, and exactly, it's restart zone. A small correction from race control, and you can signal. Yeah. Safety car will be ending this lap. So drivers on the slick tires now have the advantage if they can stay on the dry racing line. That is, of course. What about Speed Hunter, the next driver on the intermediates with that damage, and Ferry as well. So P9, P10 also in that weaker position. And the two Nexus Racing drivers, they are on their unlapping run. And you see it, I see it. It's definitely not intermediates here coming through Stefan Beloves. So pretty sure that the 23 is forced to pit. Even before we go green again. But for now there's no tire wear, but freezing cold intermediate tires, and don't think that it's really an option to stay out on intermediates in those conditions. Don't see any rain or whatever on the horizon. This looks like probably dry towards the end of this driver stint number 8. So it's not the GP track, it's just before the finish line, where we have restart zone number 1. But as a rough indicator, you know. So coming back onto and as expected. And we are green again. And Windfire is in the pits. So a new race situation. The number 4 into the lead. The 66 P2 and the number 3 into P3. So let's see, where are my top 3? In D4 we have Clockwork Motorsports number 56, the Shadow, the 67 Audi in P5 sliced in the P2 machine, P6 Hide, P7 and Shatter, P8 and the 57. Windfire changing the tires, 16 seconds that gap now. That's P9 Speed Hunter out on track again, repaired that damage. Ferry as well are on the mediums. Awesome, Gumball and State still on their outlap, but made it back to the lead lap. So the number 4, a new race leader during this race, and one of the best running positions for the 66 BMW in this race. P2 now. Ooh, stick with a moment. Drop down to P9. We don't have replays. I can't show you, but pretty sure he touched some wet bits. Some point dropped down to P9, Windfire to P8. 5 seconds that gap to the next driver in front. That is Anchetta in the 57. Sliced with a good run, but also the GT Finland racers, suddenly P2 and P4 in that race, but Shadow has some front aero damage collected, probably also a little bit of an off track somewhere. The chase continues into the foxhole. Let's see. Curbs still a bit wet, so not sure how much you can attack it. But a good exit for Sliced. But Shadow defending the inside line, so as always, if you go offline, you risk a spin. That's why it's so tough for the car behind. Keeps that P4 for now. I wanted to go back to the TV camera, please. controls to register my key press. That would be nice. Pastina with a good run. 5 seconds the gap already to max out. P2, 2.5 seconds to Shadow Chef in P3. Then we have this battle for P4. Shadow sliced Hide. 3 cars fighting for that P4. Audi, Porsche and Lexus there. 2 seconds for the 57 in P7 and Windfire and also gaining rapidly on the Ferrari in front. 15 seconds to the leaders. There was close racing coming out of Mutkurve. Yeah, that damage on the front won't help. Shadow here, he probably can't keep up with a Slice now, who is chasing down his Porsche and TDR teammate Shadow Chef, the number 2 chasing the number 3. Second for Hide, second for Ancheta, and Windfire is back. So, what's the situation? You look at the lap count. So end of lap 16. So it's still 6 laps to go when they cross the line. Plenty of racing left in this driver's stint. Number 8 and Windfire on a good comeback run after that forced pit stop being on the wrong tire compound during the safety car. Should get a decent run now down Döttinger Höhe. Ooh, big wiggle from the 57. This could be a good opportunity for Windfire. Gets a good exit out of Geigenkopf now, using the slipstream down Döttinger Höhe. Also, Ancheta having some slipstream from the Lexus in front. Would it be a double slip move? Windfire goes to the right, tucks in behind Ancheta slipstream and goes to the left. Will he also get that damaged Audi? Would be 3 cars on the straight. No, not quite. But Windfire with some good straight line speed in his Audi R8. And should get Shadow. No, Shadow is pitting to fix the damage. So that's P5 for now. 3.8 seconds that gap to Slice 2 caught up with Shadow Chef. A second separating the two TDR Porsches. Christina still more than 5 seconds the gap to max out in P2. Will there be team orders between the 3 and the 2? Looks to me that Sliced has a little bit more pace in him. Oh, Windfire is also flying left, and Shatter and Hide. Ooh, behind it! Where is the 57? A big off-track moment. No damage though, but a big time loss for the 57, down to P8. Shadow, who had to pit and fix that damage, is right behind the 57 car again. P10 for the DC team, the 29 Porsche, and Styx was also involved with a damage after the restart. Had to pit. It's now a minute behind the leaders in P11 and 22 seconds on the outlap. When Shadow Chef suddenly lost 2 positions to the number 2. Porsche up onto the podium position. And Shadow Chef with big damage on the front and the rear, so he had a moment off track with a spin probably and wall contact to both the front and the rear, showing some damage. Ooh, and this is also spicy Speed Hunter Hide, closing the gap, having more speed into Schwedenkreuz. They go, they have to brake early. Will they get the run down into Fuchsröhre? Let's get the onboard. No, not quite, but they're catching, and this is a tricky section here. I don't know, first we saw a couple of offs here already without wet conditions or some mixed conditions. Here they're also running with the damage. And another inner TDR battle between the number 3 Porsche and the number 5 AMG. Shadow Chef versus Speed Hunter. Hide doing a good job keeping up with the 2. But yeah, that's the damage on the number 3 car won't help them that much, of course, trying everything they can, but sorry, had to sneeze. So out of backwork, pretty sure uphill they won't stand a chance. Now we'll be losing too much speed with the damage. And ooh, he drives onto the grass. Hide uses Speed Hunter Slipstream, also gets past Shadow, who is a sitting duck with that damage on his Porsche. But that is P7 for now. Shadow in the 67 got past, and Shatter in the 57 as well on a run towards Smooth Kurve. Keeps that position for now. Let's have a look at the gap. Pristina on a mission. 9 seconds. And Sliced is right behind. max out now. 66 under pressure. Half a second. Pretty sure this will help Windfire as well. Yeah. Less than 3 seconds for the 23. And sliced with the run. 7/10, a little bit of a moment out of Kleine Carousel. That's not ideal. Up to a second again. Can he recover on the Döttinger? Second gets a decent exit. Initial acceleration. Doesn't go for the slipstream, interestingly. He wants to cool the tires a little bit. Also max out. Trying to cool the tires down on the straight. 8/10, 7/10 into the braking zone at Hohenrhein. Continues the chase. Half a second. Here we see the 23 Audi closing that gap as well. Shadow, as expected, into the pits to fix that damage, and Cheta as well. A good exit out of Goodyear Kehre up towards Michael Schumacher. Can you attack the curbs? No, they're not attacking them. Driving a bit of a round line. It's as soon as they touch the curb, I see it's still slippery. Try to test it with the outside curb. It's the run. You can't go side by side here. No, you can't. Ooh, that's costing them time, and Windfire will be pleased to see that. It's tough to do in dry conditions going side by side into the chicane, but with still wet patches of the racing line, that's could have ended in disaster. So it looks like we have a 3-way battle for P2. Max out, sliced, and Windfire. GT Finland Racers, Track Design Racing, and Apex Motorsports, BMW, Porsche, Audi. still watching from Windfire's perspective. Oh, there's a yellow flag. Situation again. Who went off track? It was Pastina. Pastina losing time. P1, what happened? And he has damage as well. No! Faster, faster. P4 with a mistake at Adenauer forced. The gap down to 6 seconds and rear damage on that number 4 Porsche. Max out Finn with a massive drift in that 66 BMW. Couldn't hold the racing line onto the wet bits and sliced. Says thank you. It's getting intense. Probably Windfire with the opportunity to move up onto the podium again. Braking for Bergwerk. 3/10, good exit. Can you go side by side already on this uphill section at Kesselchen? He looks like he wants to get around the outside, and which would lead to the inside line for Woodkove, and he makes that overtake. Well done. So up to P3, 6 seconds to the leader, 1.5 to sliced in that number 2 car. So yeah, number 4 Pristina, after having a great run after the restart. That little mistake into Adenauer forced with the damage. Now gap down to 4 seconds. E2 for sliced with a great run. 1.5 for Windfire, and maxed out for him with another slide off check, probably. No damage. But lost quite some time now. 8 seconds to P3. Speed Hunter in P5. Hit P6 still running with a damage. Shadow in 7th position. Very for the DC team in P8. Shadow Chef, after fixing that damage in P9, sticks, goes deep, touches the wet bits, braking for Stahlstrecke and losing that position to his teammate. So the 57 past the 56. P10 and P11 for the Clockwork Motorsport Ferraris. And in P12 it's Nexus Racing Awesome Gunball in the 58 and State 509 in the 59 AMG in P13. We need to go back to that upcoming elite battle. 2.6 just a gap. Pristina sliced with a massive run, keeps that gap stable to the Windfire in P3. If you look at the time, Pristina is losing heavy damage on that rear end, so pretty sure the number 4 is forced to do a pit stop. It's insane speed difference with that damage and the slipstream. 2.5 seconds lost. Down the Duttingö and sliced. Gets into the lead. What about Pristina? Is he pitting or not? Yep, he is pitting, so Windfire up to P3. And what about Max Out Finn? He stays out, so the 66 back onto the podium. A couple of drivers there with damage. Mistakes. Pristina from P1 down to P5. Still a tricky pit exit. No drama this time. No 3-second penalty. No spin. So 10.8 to Speed Hunter in the number 5 AMG. Here they also with running with damage on the front and the rear. Not ideal for that 64 Lexus in P7. The gap to DC team and Ferry under 6 seconds. Might be losing time. And Shatter opens up a gap to Styx, who is not looking that comfortable in those mixed conditions. And that is a nightmare stint for Shadow Chef. He's on the outlap and he has damage again. Too aggressive maybe. Touching wet stuff. Has to fix the damage again. Front and the rear. Oh no, that's unlucky for the number 3 crew. Difficult stint it is for everybody. Will we see a battle for the lead between Sliced and Windfire? It's 2 seconds now, so a good run for the number 2 at Flugplatz and Schwedenkreuz. Some decent speed as well in that Porsche. I think on a similar strategy, fuel also quite even. So 2 seconds that gap. Max out in that P3, but the Speed Hunter is catching rapidly, less than 4 seconds. Pristina on the outlap after fixing the damage. Not getting closer at this stage. Let's run with a Sliced. Testing the limits here, using some of the curbs. Again, it's little bit of wet on the indicator, but don't think it's too bad now. Keeping that distance at roughly 2 seconds. How do you join this, Mr. Racing? For this event it's too late, unfortunately. But follow the link in the description to find the Discord. There's 2 more races on the calendar in this year. ERF in October, Hypercar Action, and JGTC GT500 action as a support race in October, Suzuka is calling. And then maybe for 2027, where we'll have a bit of a bigger calendar as well. So yeah, feel free to join the Discord, and then we're trying to get you started. Impressive speed here for Sliced. So we all know that Windfire holding that fastest lap of that stint so far, and he had a comfortable lead before the safety car had to be called because of heavy rain suddenly on the track, and many drivers with damage, unable to control the car on slick tires, on slick tires as well. But now through the technical section, Windfire is catching in his Audi, gained 2 lengths for a brief moment out of YouTube corner towards Ice Cove, and it's 1.8, 1.9. Needs to find 3/4 tenths to get into the slipstream for the Döttinger Höhe. 1.7 for now, but he's on a charge. He was one of 3 drivers who decided to go on to the intermediates doing the safety car on a drying track, and so we're forced to pit before we went green. Dropped all the way down to P9, I think. Now it's P2, 1.7 seconds to get 1.6. He is not that close. 1.7 still on to Döttinger Höhe. And Sliced with a good exit. Let's see the top speed difference from the NLS races. Oh, the Porsche was decent, but not the best, and the Audi, yeah, definitely more straight line speed. Also, the battle for P3, X-Out Finn under pressure. TDR Speed Hunter in the number 5, Beachstein AMG pulls out of the slipstream to the left before Bilsteinbrücke, and he gets that position up onto the podium for the number 5 car. Can they stay in front? Looks like. So we have 2 TDR teams on the podium, P1 and P3 for now. And after that long straight, the 23 is within slipstream range. 1.3, 1.4. That's what he needed, what he was hoping for. Lap 14, 3 more laps to go in stint number 8. And this race will continue, of course, for stints 9, 10, 11 and 12 on this channel as well. This reminds me, we also have to switch stream parts again soon. So let me grab that stint 3 part. Let me see where I can find that. We'll pin that message to the chat. Oops. Ooh, people say it's fixed again. So yeah, AWS. Come on, please. We need to survive for a bit longer for this stream. 8 hours, 13 minutes to go. We did miss an overtake. It's still 1.6 between Sliced and Windfire. Battle for P1. Speed Hunter in that P3 position in the number 5 AMG. So again, we have 3 different manufacturers on the top 3 positions. Make it 4 with maxed out fin in the BMW. The top 4 for different brands currently running. $1.3. Safety car during the night, coming out of the night, yes. So we had quite a long safety car, to be honest, like with a massive engine damage moment, and then that took more than 2 laps to get the grid back in line. And then we also had a safety car here during stint number 8 with heavy rain suddenly appearing on the track. And then yeah, it's definitely a race that has its own twists. Definitely no one then with those unpredictable safety cars can really open up a gap. The 23 car, they had up to 50 seconds at some point. with great pace. Fell victim to the safety car once or twice. Other teams got lucky. Back in the mix. Well, oh, but this is now getting spicy. 1.3, and we saw that Audi with straight line speed. 1.6 for now. Can he get into that range? It's just outside. Gaining now. Might be even gaining a little bit more when he gets closer to slice, but still. Great drive from the American driver. Starting lap number 15. So 2 to go before the swap. .3. Let's have a rundown. P3 to Speed Hunter after the overtake. 4 seconds to Max Outfit in the 66 BMW. Christina, who was leading this stint and then had a moment on a drying track, is running in P5 currently. P6 we have the DC team. 50 seconds the gap to P5, so quite a big one. 7 seconds to the 64 Hide. Still running with quite some heavy damage on his Lexus. And we see some fighting. Sticks now found the rhythm on a dry track. Got past his teammate. Up to P9 again, and right behind a Shadow in the 67 Audi. Sorry. Need to get the next stream up and running. I hope we can get that sorted. Alright, so link is sorted. So, still trying to sort some Discord issues. We're back with the battle for the lead, still sliced, leading, and Windfire closing that gap. 6/10 now. Will this be the run onto Döttingerhöhe? 6/10 for now, gets a better exit this time. Should gain in the slipstream now with that better top end on that Audi R8. Coming down past the tourist right. Parking a lot. 2/10 now the slipstream. Sliced. Staying on the inside, side by side, into Tiergarten Senke, and the E23 gets into the lead again, braking for Hohenrhein. Will he get the run all the way into turn number 1? He's going defensive. Oh, there's contact. No! Whoa, whoa, whoa! Big moment. Both drivers. What happened? I don't have the replay. Unfortunately, where sliced. He got a reset, probably. Oof. Massive one. But no damage. Somehow. Why? How? Did this happen? No. No one got the damage. No one got damage. I don't know why and how it's even possible, but maybe still a little bit wet on the inside. I don't know what happened. Definitely that car didn't look under control while braking. They made contact, both with a big off, but Windfire stays in the lead. Sliced P2. and max out fin P3. We're on that final lap of the stint. Oh, let's sort things for a brief moment. So the 23 leading again, number 2 in P2, the 66 in P3. Why do I have the 5 in here? It should be the 66. So that's the bottom top 3 for you. Then in P4 it's the number 4 car in 5, the number 5. There seems to be a bit of a trend. 2 in 2, 4 in 4, 5 in 5. P6 for the 29. P7 car number 67. And in 8th position we have the 57, followed by the sister car, the 59, running with some damage on that final lap. Here they didn't bother to pit, running for very long with damage on the front and the rear. It's P10 for the 64 car. The number 3 Porsche with them, tough stint. Multiple I don't know, it's left, right, I have to click on all of the buttons all the time. I need to grow like 2 more arms probably to manage everything. 3. So yeah, a final lap of stint number 8. After a long night, I'm tired as hell, and I need to do too much at the moment. I can't focus on the commentary. Currently, need to sort the production side. Yeah, but bear with me for the final 4 stints. I'm not in charge of doing commentary, so I can focus on the stream directing and production part again. The final time down the Döttinger 3 seconds. The gap for the 23 to hand the car over. So 23 is in, closely followed by the number 2, so we should expect a close battle in the next stint. P3, it's actually Pastina who got past Max Out Finn with the 4 car. P3, 66 in P4 and the 5 in P5. A couple more throws in, and then we are going to switch the streams. Bear with me.